Good evening, everybody, and a warm welcome to this evening's meeting of the Planning Committee. For the benefit of members of the public, please be aware that while the meeting is open and held in public, only registered speakers are able to speak at this meeting. Before we commence, the clerk is going to outline how the meeting will run, so without further ado, I'll hand over to her.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that we are live streaming this meeting via the Council's YouTube channel to encourage more people to engage in our public meetings. The proceedings of the meeting will also be recorded. Please can I remind everyone to use their microphones when speaking and turn them off when finished. Please can attendees in person refrain from watching the live stream, as this will cause interference for our viewers. In accordance with the Constitution, members of the public who have registered to speak will be permitted to do so when invited by the Chair. I have confirmed those entitled to speak. Please note that registered speakers are not permitted to approach committee members or distribute documentation to the committee during the course of the meeting. We are not expecting any fire alarm testing today. In the event of evacuation, you will hear a recorded message in the event of an evacuation, please assemble around the side towards the Tesco car park. Once outside, please ensure that your mobile phone and iPads are turned to silent. Each application will be dealt with in the following order. The planning officer will present the submitted application and will outline the proposed recommendation in full. Any speakers registered to speak on the application will be invited to address the committee, and this will be taken in the following order. Speakers against, neighbourhood forum representatives, any councillors who are not members of the committee, followed by speakers in support of the application. All speakers will have a maximum of 5 minutes each to address the meeting. This will be followed by questions from members and responses from the planning officer. Once questions from the committee have concluded, the Chair will open the application for debate. At the conclusion of the debate, the Chair will seek a proposer and seconder for the application. The proposals must be in full and include all information such as conditions or reasons. The Chair will then confirm with the planning officer if they wish to enter into a period of summing up. Members, if at any point you leave the meeting for any reason during the consideration of an application, you will be unable to vote on that application. I will now hand the chairing of the meeting to the Chair, Councillor Maddison.
Many thanks, Clerk. And the first item on the agenda is apologies. Do we have any apologies, please, or updates to membership?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to report that in accordance with the wishes of the Conservative group, Councillor Brooks substitutes for the Conservative vacancy, and in accordance with the wishes of the Liberal Democrat group, Councillor Penny substitutes for Councillor Mandy Darling for this meeting only.
Okay, thank you. Turning to minutes next. Members, you will see there is a revised officer recommendation in respect of the former Dairy Crest Depot application P/2023/0131. And I would invite Mr. Jim Blackwell to take us please through the revised recommendation and the rationale. Thank you.
Thank you. So the original recommendation was for approval, subject to receipt of surface water drainage details, the conditions as outlined in the report, and the Section 106 legal agreement to secure deferred obligations identified, and the resolution of any new material considerations. The drainage information was satisfied, and a new additional condition was required. So that's that the affordable housing viability assessment can be submitted to the planning committee prior to a decision being reached on the affordable housing obligation. The reason for that was to promote transparency and public confidence in the decision-making process. So essentially, in this instance, a planning condition isn't the right mechanism to do that. It's to secure a decision on future viability. So a new condition to ensure that the obligation instructions included in the viability clause in the Section 106, this will state the need for the decision to be determined through planning committee. And that was the agreed point of view. So just to tie that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackwell. So I know this was your initiation, but if it's okay, I will just propose from the chair and ask you then please to second.
Quite happy to second, Chair. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. All members in favour of approving the revised minutes, please raise your hands. Revised minutes have been approved. Thank you. So declarations of interest. Do any members of the Planning Committee have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests regarding any of the items on today's agenda? Please raise your hand. Councillor Strang.
I have an interest in item number 7 and will remove myself from the meeting prior to this item.
Thank you. And do any officers have any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interests regarding any of the items on today's agenda? Great, thank you. Are there any urgent items, please, Clerk?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Excellent. So the first item on the agenda is item number 5. This application is to consider Singleton Gardens, Meadfoot Sea Road, Torquay, application number P/2023/0994. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak, but before they do so, I'll ask Miss Verity Clark to please introduce this application.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so the application site is Singleton Gardens, which is a residential dwelling with an associated garden on the northern side of Meadfoot Sea Road in Torquay. The existing property is a 2-storey dwelling which is modest in scale and set within a large plot. So the site is enclosed by stone and rendered boundary walls, and the land rises from south to north. So the site is located within an existing residential area, is designated as Flood Zone 1, is situated within the Lincoln's Conservation Area and is subject to an area tree preservation order. Within the Lincoln's Conservation Area map, an extract of which is currently on the screen, the dwelling, greenhouse and an outbuilding are noted as other key buildings of architectural importance, which make a significant contribution to the townscape. The site is adjacent to Singleton, which is Grade 2 listed, and Palm Grove, which is also Grade 2 listed, and is located on the opposite side of Meadfoot Sea Road. And to the northwest, the nearby Meadfoot Lodge and Wall and Gate Piers to the west of Meadfoot Lodge are Grade 2 listed. These listed buildings are shown in blue on the map. So this is an aerial photo of the site. You can see Meadfoot Sea Road runs to the south of the application site. So just as an update to members, since the writing of the committee report, a further 9 objections and 1 letter of support have been received. No new material planning considerations have been brought up in these representations that have not already been covered within the committee report. There is the contention within one of the representations that insufficient heritage information has been provided with the application and insufficient analysis of the impact on designated and non-designated heritage assets has taken place, meaning that any decision would be unsound. It is my opinion that the application submission, consultation response from the Council's Principal Historic Environment Officer and the committee report adequately cover the impacts of the proposal on both designated and non-designated heritage assets, and that a sound decision can be made at this committee. So this plan shows the existing site layout. You can see that the existing dwelling is located in the southwest corner of the plot and is built into the boundary walls. So the plot includes a number of disused outbuildings, including a greenhouse, and there is an existing vehicular access at the southeast corner off of Meadfoot Sea Road. So if I just show you on the screen now, this is the existing greenhouse, and then we've got an existing single-storey structure, which is an outbuilding on the site here, and then we've got another structure which is sort of north of the horizontal boundary wall, which is located here. This structure is not going to be impacted as part of this application, but this outbuilding, which I'm highlighting here, and the greenhouse will be. So this plan shows the existing floor plans and elevations of the existing dwelling on the site, and you can also see the ancillary outbuildings, which are detailed. So the ancillary outbuildings you can see is just located. It's easiest to see on the eastern garden elevation. So it's this structure, which is going to be demolished as part of the proposal. And then we've got the higher outbuilding, which will be retained. So you can see that the dwelling features 2 stories, includes 2 single-storey flat roof elements. The 2-storey section of the dwelling features a pitched roof and a 2-storey flat roof section, and the existing openings are UPVC. So the outbuilding which will be affected by this proposal, as I showed you on the plans, is mainly the clearest elevation it's visible on is the east elevation. So that structure is single-storey and it's pitched roof with modern openings. So the plan now showing is the proposed floor plans and elevations. The proposal includes alterations and extensions to the existing dwelling to include a 2-storey extension to the northern side elevation and a single-storey extension to the eastern front elevation of the dwelling, including a new pitched roof which will replace a section of existing flat roof. The proposal includes a render finish, slate roofs and powder-coated aluminium openings. So the application follows on from refused application, which was P/20202/1186, which proposed the erection of 7 apartments, 2 dwellings and works to the existing dwelling. One of the reasons for refusal related to the siting, scale, massing and design of the proposal as a whole, the failure to reflect local distinctiveness and the impact on the conservation area. This refused application included similar works to the existing dwelling, although the roof design on the current proposal has been modified to a hipped roof. The single-storey extension on the eastern front elevation of the dwelling now spans the full elevation, and the fenestration detailing differs. So the proposal will also remove the existing single-storey outbuilding, which you can see clearest on the bottom right. If I just re-highlight that, you can see that that's got the dotted outline, that's where it's going to be removed, and the wall will be made good. So this is the proposed block plan. So you can see the proposed development with the context of the adjacent block of flats at Meadville. So the garage block serving the adjacent flats at Meadville is included on this, and you can see that the extension to the dwelling will not extend further north than this structure. The proposal features landscaping works, which will include the removal of an existing low wall and an area of concrete adjacent to the dwelling, which will be replaced by flagstone slabs and a larger area of lawn, and the existing greenhouse will also be demolished. The greenhouse and outbuilding, which will be demolished, are just shown here on the plan, dashed in black, so you can see that's where the greenhouse is. And then this is the single-storey outbuilding, so both of them will be demolished to facilitate the proposal. And then just moving on to photos taken from the site. So this image is taken from Meadfoot Sea Road. You can see the existing vehicular access on the right-hand side of the image. So in the background is the block of flats, which is Meadville. So just here, that's Meadville. And then you can see the visibility of the existing dwelling, and particularly like the 2-storey flat roof extension just here. So that's the flat roof extension, and that's the existing dwelling at Singleton Gardens. So this image is also taken from Meadfoot Sea Road. You can see the side of the existing dwelling, which is built into the front boundary wall, and we've got the prominent street tree, which is visible. So this image shows the garage block, which is serving the adjacent block of flats at Meadville. You can see the pitched and flat roof of the dwelling behind the garage block. So this is the rear of Singleton Gardens, that's the pitched element, and then we've got the 2-storey flat roof element there. So this is at the eastern elevation of the existing dwelling. You can see the boundary wall with Meadfoot Sea Road, which is visible on the left. And then this image shows the greenhouse, which is to be demolished, with the end of the existing dwelling visible on the left-hand side. And then we've got Meadville visible in the centre of the image, behind the shared boundary wall. So this image is just closer up of the greenhouse, which is to be demolished. We can also see partly a section of the low wall and the concrete, which will be removed in place of the flagstone slabs. Got this image, which is of the northern side elevation of the existing dwelling. And lastly, this image, which shows the single-storey outbuilding, which will be demolished. So this slide lists the key material considerations, which are considered in detail in the committee report, which I'm going to briefly run through now. So the committee report confirms that the proposal relates to household development, and there are no policies indicating that the proposal is not acceptable in principle. In terms of the design, visual appearance and character of the area, the alterations and extensions to the existing dwelling are considered to result in an acceptable size, scale and visual appearance. The existing 2-storey flat roof element is considered to result in a poor visual appearance, and the alteration and extension of this existing element to form a pitched roof is considered to appear visually coherent. Whilst the extension will result in a higher ridge height, in this instance, given the flat roof sits above the eaves level of the existing pitch roof, and the pitch roof sits adjacent to Meadfoot Sea Road, a stepping up of height into the plot is considered to be acceptable design rationale. The existing single-storey flat roof element on the eastern front elevation will be rebuilt and extended with a single-storey pitched roof extension. This appears subordinate to the main two-storey elements of the building, and the design as a whole is considered to result in an acceptable visual appearance. The proposal also includes landscaping works, which are considered to be visually acceptable and will improve the existing appearance of the landscaping. Whilst P/2022/1186 was refused and included similar works to the existing dwelling, in isolation, the development put forward as part of this planning application is considered to be acceptable in terms of siting, scale, massing and design. Whilst considerable concerns have been raised from the public about the proposal setting a precedent and how this would impact on the previously refused scheme, it is considered that this element of the scheme in isolation from other previously proposed works on the site are acceptable. So moving on to heritage, Section 72 of the Planning, Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act 1990 sets out the general duty as respects of conservation areas, which requires local authorities to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of that area. And similarly, Section 66 of the Act sets out the general duty as to respect of listed buildings, which requires local authorities to have special regard to the desirability of preserving the building or its setting, or any features of special architectural or historic interest which it possesses. The site's situated within the Lincoln's conservation area, and a number of Grade 2 listed buildings are located within the facility, as highlighted earlier and shown on the conservation area map. Historic England were previously approached with a request to add the site to the Register of Parks and Gardens of Special Historic Interest in England. They considered 2 separate requests to list, and both were rejected. The report compiled by Historic England in the consideration of the listing decision notes that the features of the walled garden are modest for this type of structure and gardens of the period, and does not survive as a notable example of a particularly important phase of garden development. The council has also assessed if the site should be considered curtilage listed. This is considered in detail with the committee report, but the outcome is that on the basis of the evidence we have, we consider that the structures in Singleton Garden are not curtilage listed. The proposed demolition of the greenhouse and outbuilding structures are considered to be acceptable, given their low level of special interest and historic fabric. The council's principal historic environment officer has considered the proposal in detail, including the impact on designated and non-designated heritage assets and the setting of Singleton, and has considered that the proposal as a whole will result in a positive impact on the identified heritage assets and the local historic environment. The impact on the listed building of Singleton is considered to be neutral. The proposal will remove existing extensions on the dwelling, an ancillary outbuilding and greenhouse. The proposed extensions to the dwelling are sited adjacent to the existing western boundary and to the east of the existing dwelling. Given the siting adjacent to the boundary wall and the existing dwelling, the size and scale of these extensions, in addition to the removal of existing elements, the open aspect of the existing gardens is considered to be retained, conserving their character and quality, in addition to the contribution they make to the conservation area. Overall, the proposal is considered to result in an enhancement to the designated and non-designated heritage assets, and will retain the character and quality of the existing garden, which provides an open aspect within the conservation area. So moving on to amenity issues, the committee report confirms that the proposal is considered to have an acceptable impact on all surrounding properties and their occupiers. In terms of drainage and flood risk, the site is located within a critical drainage area, and surface water will be dealt with via infiltration. The council's drainage engineer has considered the proposal and has confirmed with the addition of a condition the proposal is acceptable. Moving on to ecology issues, the DCC ecologist has considered the information submitted by the applicant's consultant ecologist and has confirmed that within the addition of conditions, the proposal is acceptable. In terms of issues relating to trees, the council senior tree officer has confirmed that the proposal will have an acceptable impact on trees, and the tree protection plan has been provided, which will need to be adhered to. So lastly, issues relating to the loss of a community facility and potential site for horticulture are covered within the committee report, which confirms that the site is a private dwelling and is not in use for community purposes, and there does not appear to be a realistic prospect of the site being used for community or horticultural use in the future. So the committee report considers all the issues mentioned in depth, and when weighing up the proposal against the relevant policies noted on this slide, in addition to the MPPF, it is concluded that the proposal accords with the local plan, neighbourhood plan and the MPPF. The officer recommendation is therefore that of conditional approval, subject to the conditions as outlined in the committee report, with the final drafting of conditions delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, the resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee to be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including the addition of any necessary further planning conditions or obligations, and if members of the Planning Committee are minded to refuse the application against officer recommendation, the final drafting of the reasons will be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency in consultation with the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Clark. Now I'm going to call our first registered speaker, Miss Alexandra Hemming, please, to come forward. You'll be speaking against the application. Please be aware that you have 5 minutes and the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'm just going to speak very briefly on behalf of the Save Singleton Gardens group. I'm pleased to be here talking on their behalf. I'd just like to make 3 relatively brief points. And they are 1, inadequacy of the application, 2, compliance with planning policy, and 3, the potential for a determination. So the position of the group is that the level of information provided in the application is insufficient on the heritage significance of the site and its structures. And this is for several reasons. Firstly, because the site is possibly the largest surviving walled garden of its time. So that is within its curtilage, but also in relation to the curtilage, it extends to outside the actual curtilage of the site. In addition, the group contends that there's a lack of information on A, the detailing of the gardener's house, which is to be altered, B, the quality of garden structures remaining, C, the contribution the garden makes to the significance of Singleton, which is grade 2 listed, and D, the contribution the garden makes to the character and appearance of the conservation area and its neighbouring buildings. So that's point 1. In point 2, compliance with policy, I'm just going to be try and be sort of rush through this relatively quickly. In determining applications, local planning authorities should require an applicant to describe the significance of any heritage assets that's designated or non-designated. And the group contends that this has not been done, including particularly any contribution made by them within their setting. As a minimum, we believe that the relevant historic environment record should have been consulted, and the application appears to fail to do this, as there's no meaningful detail of the building and its structures. In addition, planning authorities should identify and assess the particular significance of any of the heritage assets, any of them that's designated or non-designated, that may be affected by a proposal. So there's no evidence that this has occurred, and the council has not asked for more information to be submitted to cover this off. Local planning authorities should also take account of the desirability of sustaining and enhancing heritage assets, and of putting them to viable uses consistent with their conservation. In addition, they should consider the positive contribution that conservation of assets can make to sustainable communities, including their economic vitality. So that's a specific point, obviously, in relation to the existence of a previous market garden. The recommendation of the officers to approve has not actually recognised the desirability of sustaining and enhancing heritage assets, and remember that's designated or non-designated. The effect of an application on the significance of a non-designated asset should be taken into account. Again, it's not relevant whether it's a designated or a non-designated asset in this sense. A balanced judgment is required for either designation, and it's the position of the group that the recommendation for approval
1 minute remaining.
isn't, thank you, appropriately balanced. So as the determination of this application from current evidence suggests that it's not being made from an informed position with all those previous noted comments considered, then the group can only conclude that the recommendation to approve it is not sufficiently informed. If it's not sufficiently informed, then it goes against what's required by law. It must be sufficiently informed. And as such, in its present form, we consider that any determination on it today could be considered unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hemming, for your contribution. So I'm now going to call Mr. Mike Cowdery, please, from the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum to speak. And please be aware you've got 5 minutes to speak, and you will be advised by the clerk when you've got a minute remaining.
Yes, I'm the Vice Chairman of the Torquay Neighbourhood Forum, and I speak on behalf of Dr. Rodney Horder, who sends his apologies. This presentation has been agreed with the Forum Steering Group. This site has been the subject of several previous planning applications. A 2021 application for 9 apartments, dwellings and alterations to an existing dwelling was refused, principally because the proposal failed to relate acceptably to the heritage assets. And then in 2023, an application for 7 apartments, dwellings and extensions to the existing dwelling was refused, principally because it was detrimental to a designated heritage asset, failed to conserve or enhance the Lincoln's conservation area, and because the harm was not outweighed by the public benefit. This development has attracted significant local and national opposition. The community wants to preserve a heritage walled garden and not see more garden grabbing. Historic England informs that the garden was constructed between 1836 and 1861. Other villas with walled gardens are shown on the 1880 Ordnance Survey map, but they were not of a comparable size. Similar walled gardens have largely been lost, so survival of the walled garden for Singleton is a rarity. This shows a map of the conservation area with the Singleton Gardens site ringed in red and enlarged on the right. The 3 buildings at Singleton shown in yellow are the non-designated heritage assets. They are identified as other key buildings and building groups of architectural importance or which make a significant contribution to the townscape. This application is seeking to demolish 2 buildings and significantly alter the other one. The planning portal lists over 40 objections to this application. This application is likely to be a vehicle to reinstate previously refused applications because the previous decision is being appealed and included refurbishment of the same building. We believe this matter should be postponed pending the outcome of the appeal and because the consultation has been too short. It was only listed in the weekly summary on the 11th of December, and the consultation period closed on the 3rd of January, all over the holiday period. Other issues relate to the near neighbours' concern about the adverse effect the raised and extended roofline will have and their resulting loss of light and amenity. Regarding national planning policy framework policies, there is no social, economic or environmental benefit to compensate for the damage to the conservation area. Furthermore, there is non-compliance with several local plan and Torquay neighbourhood plan policies. For example, SS1, Growth Strategy for a Prosperous Torbay, SS10 and HE1, Conservation and Historic Environment. Indeed, work has actually started in the conservation area on the building without prior consent. The potentially detrimental impacts on heritage building features have not been assessed. SS11, Sustainable Communities, and DE1, proposed design fails on a number of matters, including the effect on neighbouring buildings. The Neighbourhood Forum is adamant that this application shall not predetermine any subsequent planning appeal or re-application.
1 minute remaining.
Thank you. To summarise, this is a rehash of previously rejected applications as a prelude to an appeal. There are numerous non-compliances with planning policies. Work has already started on the House in contravention of the Council's planning enforcement policy. The heritage statement is inadequate despite this application to demolish non-designated heritage assets in the conservation area, and there is some incorrect information in the design and access statement. The conservation of the character of Wellswood is essential for the whole of Torquay. On behalf of Wellswood and the wider community, I urge you to refuse this planning application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cowdery. Finally, I'm going to call Mr. Daniel Metcalfe, please, to address the meeting in support of the application. And please be aware that you will have 5 minutes to speak, and my clerk will advise you when 1 minute is remaining. Thank you.
Good evening, members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you tonight. My name's Dan Metcalfe. I'm a local conservation architect and I represent OJ Developments, who are the applicants. First of all, I want to point out that we do recognise that there's a lot of local concern about this site, chiefly from previous planning applications to develop the land more widely. That was recommended for approval by your officers. It followed extensive pre-application negotiations on that basis. But members decided that the application for 9 units within the grounds could not go ahead. We absolutely respect your rights as representatives of your communities to reach that decision. However, what's before you tonight is a very different proposition. Your former decision to refuse the larger development prompted us to make this application. It's not a Trojan horse or a way of getting something via a back door, because that's not what the Planning Act allows us to do. It's an extension, a very modest extension, tucked away from the main facades of the building. The grounds are not affected, save for the fact that we are removing a few modest outbuildings. None of those, in our opinion, according to our assessment and that of your conservation officer, are part of the early site, and we're retaining the great majority of the character of this walled garden as it once was. We want to remove the poor quality elements and replace them with a more rational extension to the building, not the 2-storey flat-roofed, rather strange mid-20th century thing that was added to the building 50, 60 years ago. We want to replace those with a traditional slated pitched roof, which we think will look better and it will make this building easier to maintain in future. We're also seeking to replace some UPVC glazing, which you will have seen at your visit, with casement format windows of an appropriate design. These, we feel, will improve the energy efficiency of the building and give the whole thing a more sympathetic appearance. The scheme also suggests the removal of a large area of concrete hardstanding, which you will have seen on site today, and the replacement of that with a much smaller area of natural stone paving. We believe these are positive improvements, both in terms of heritage and in practical terms, and we hope that you will agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalfe, and thank you to all our speakers. And that concludes representations from all the members of the public. I'd like to thank you and assure you that your statements have been heard. It's now time for committee members to ask their questions. Please may I remind members that questions should cover matters not already addressed in the officer's presentation. Is there anybody with a first question? Councillor Brooke.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I personally want to focus on a couple of areas. The first around the greenhouse, if I may, and the second around Trojan Hall's predetermination, precedent, etc. And maybe do the latter first. I've read and heard objections, and I just want to clarify and have reassurance that when we're assessing this particular application, then it has no bearing on other applications and predetermination, if that could be just clarified.
Thank you. So, yes, we have to look at the application that's in front of us. So simply, the demolition of the greenhouse, the outbuilding, the extensions, and then the proposed extensions which have been put forward alongside the landscaping. So if, for example, this was to be approved, it wouldn't then suggest that the other development which was previously put forward by the application that was refused would then have to be approved, or it would not make any sort of significant difference to the appeal, apart from on the basis of, we might consider the extensions to the property to be acceptable. We have to look at that previous application as a whole, and the committee members are very clear that, the design, visual appearance, impact on the conservation area is unacceptable, and that was a very clear reason for refusal. But what we have to look at now is what's in front of us and how that fits in with the conservation area and our national and local policies. So I would not say that it would sort of result in any sort of definite impact on the previous application, or if another application was to come forward, we very much have to look at them individually and base them on planning merit. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you. And then I suppose that then turns me to one of the non-designated assets, the greenhouse. I'd just like to dig a bit further into knowing when this greenhouse appeared, as far as we know on documentation. If I may.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take this question if that's okay, Verity. So we've got evidence of it not being on a 1933 OS map, but it is in a 1946 aerial photography. So it was built at some point between 1933 and 1946. Now that's the footprint of the structure. We don't actually know, when looking at the materials of the structure itself, whether those materials in themselves date from that period. A lot of them seem to be replaced and modern in their nature. You've got modern patio flooring within the greenhouse. You've got kind of relatively modern brickwork and timber work, which is in poor condition, which is not of quality. So, in brief answer to that question, between 1933 and 1946 is your date. Most likely, I suspect, possibly during World War II, in domestic use in regards to the gardener's cottage.
Okay, thank you. With that, I believe there were, at the manor there were greenhouses in the past. So this one we're specifically looking at here wasn't linked to the manor in the first place. If what I'm hearing is correct, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Billing.
Thank you, Chair. First off, Ms Clark, thank you for your report. It's quite rare that I see a 27-page report for a householder application. I found it very comprehensive. Thank you. But there's a few questions that have arisen as a result of the speakers' presentations. If we can just go back a few slides, perhaps, on the presentation that's up. Are we able to do that, please? If we can go back to the plan that was up, towards the... when Mr Cowdery was speaking, he had a plan up about 3 slides into his presentation. Would that be possible? The site plan, yes. That one, brilliant. Thank you, Mr Cowdery. Now, from the script that he read from, which Mr Cowdery read from, which I would presume was come from Dr Horder as chair of the Neighbourhood Forum, I believe I recorded correctly that there were 3 non-designated heritage assets on the site shown in yellow, and I was told that there were proposals to demolish 2 and alter a 3rd. Now, I'm looking at that map and I'm seeing the 3 yellow areas within the curtilage. One of those yellow areas is on that plan above the line of the wall that goes across the gardens. So, just understanding the structures that are on site, we've clearly got an existing dwelling house. We've clearly got a greenhouse. There's an identifiable outbuilding, which I would suggest we could identify because it's, if you were to be on site, has got modern render on it. And then the other side of the wall, there's a structure. My understanding, looking at that plan, because it's the other side of the wall, is that's the structure shown in that, and that there's no proposals to touch that. Would that be correct, please? That's my first question, Chair.
Yes, that's correct.
So, to understand and clarify then, when assessed again, there is proposals to demolish 1, not 2 structures, contrary to what we were told earlier. Would that be correct, please, just for clarity?
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you. We were also told work had started. I'd just like a little bit of understanding whether in any of the objections we've got further clarity in relation to what that comment refers to. On our site visit, where we spent quite considerable period of looking at the building today, and we've also done this previously as a committee on another occasion, I wasn't aware of any work having started. Have we had it particularised to us what that's referring to, please? That's the second question.
I think one of the letters of objection took a photo through the letterbox, so was referring to potentially works going on inside the existing house. So I can only assume that they're referring to the internal refurbishment works and various works that's happened inside the property. There is obviously other works which have taken place on the site which don't currently have permission, so that's works to the access. Members obviously saw on the visit today that works to that wall and the sort of the hoardings and stuff that was up, so that could also count as works which have taken place on site. There's nothing proposed in terms of that area as part of this application in front of us.
But nothing in relation to the structures that we're talking about. These have come up for the first time here. Thank you. And then a third area I want to explore, please. In relation to the NPPF and the informed position that we were told we need to be. Now, my understanding, and it comes through in terms of some of the representations that we've had, I'm sure members on this committee have all had the opportunity to consider. A lot of them refer back to the NPPF, and they use words like should. My understanding, and this is in relation to things an applicant is being encouraged to do. My understanding is that the MPPF is guidance, not law, and references to should is used differently to things where it's mandatory, and the word often used is must. Would that be correct, please?
So there is a paragraph within the MPPF, paragraph 200, and that does state, in determining applications, local planning authorities should require an applicant to describe the significance of any heritage assets affected. We've also got a local validation list, which requires heritage statements and for significance to be identified and assessed as part of relevant applications. I think the key thing is to think about with this is it goes on to say the level of detail should be proportionate to the asset's importance and no more than is sufficient to understand the potential impact of the proposal on their significance. So as a decision maker, if you feel you have enough information relative and proportionate to the scale of the development in front of you, then it's met that requirement of paragraph 200.
But Mr. Palmer, if I just ask again, whether it's met that requirement or not, that's guidance, not law, isn't it, please?
That is guidance, not law, yes.
And so therefore, if I had the information before me, or I could get myself to that position because it was in Ms. Clark's a very comprehensive 27-page report, but was, for example, perhaps things that professional officers in the council, other consultees had provided to the thinking process, but wasn't necessarily, perhaps, if I'm listening to the point being made, in the submission from the developer, that wouldn't be an issue of itself as long as I had the information before me. Would that be correct?
I would agree with that statement, yes.
Thank you, Chair. And if we examine, if we may, just a little bit about the structures, and I develop the line of thinking that Councillor Brooks started. We've got, if I understand it, 4 discrete structures on that site. We've got the dwelling house. We've got the greenhouse. We've got the thing I'm going to refer to as an outbuilding. That's the thing that's not shown on that plan, or at least not clearly shown on that plan because it's not coloured in. It's the bit that's uncoloured towards the top left-hand side of the lower part of the curtilage. And then we've got the structure, which is coloured in yellow on the other side of the wall. In relation to those, can we just have a recap, please, Ms. Clark, about exactly where in your report you cover the relative contributions of these assets, just for the benefit of the audience, and talk me through? I'm sure I remembered seeing it in there. If you could just direct me towards it again, please.
Sure. Let me just scroll down. So within the heritage section of the report, which is section 3, which starts from page 21 onwards, then we go into quite a bit of detail about each component within the site, and then the actual consultation comment which Rob's provided as the Principal Historic Environment Officer, and then the contribution that the development would make in terms of the impact on designated and non-designated heritage assets. So the majority of that really starts from quite a bit of scrolling. So I think it's from the bottom of page 26, after the assessment about the curtilage listing of the site. So we start to talk then about the dating of the outbuildings and of the greenhouse. The greenhouse dating from the period between 1933 to 1953, which is obviously what Rob's just spoken to you about. So the top of page 26 and then 27 goes on to talk about really the greenhouse, the lack of impact or the lack of heritage value of the outbuilding. And then the majority of page 27 is really covering those factors, particularly from the point where it says the council's principal historic environment officer considers the demolition and replacement of the modern extensions and replacement fenestration to result in enhancement to the non-designated heritage assets of Singleton Gardens, the Lincoln's Conservation Area and Palm Grove. So it goes forward just to identify the impacts of different elements of the proposal on those heritage assets. Did that answer the question? I'm hoping that did.
I think it did. So in other words, the bottom half of page 26 of the papers the committee has, the whole of page 27 and the top half of page 28. So in aggregate, a page and 3/4 of text assessing the relative contributions of the assets that we're considering either being altered or demolished. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Any more questions? As Councillor Fox. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for a full and comprehensive report. On the greenhouse and the demolition of the greenhouse, I wonder if you could explain, one of the officers could explain why the impact is neutral on that one. Thank you.
So I assessed the loss of the greenhouse to have a neutral impact because I felt that the greenhouse in its current form neither made particularly a positive or a detrimental impact on the conservation area, and therefore its loss would neither therefore have a positive or a negative impact on the conservation area, and then would therefore be neutral. I think when you look at it today and its visibility and its poor condition, you might potentially say it's having a detrimental impact to the conservation area. That would be a matter for judgment. Were you minded to think it was having a detrimental impact, then its removal therefore would have a positive impact. But when I assessed it, I did assess it to be neutral and therefore neither negative nor positive.
Thank you. Are you able, in the light of the further experience you've had looking at that site today, are you coming to a revision of that view, or are you still sticking to being neutral?
I think on further assessment of the material of the greenhouse itself, and it being quite modern in nature, I would probably say that its heritage value, even though I originally considered it to be limited, is even less so. And therefore its condition, and taking everything in together, I would probably err towards the side of it having more of an enhancement than a neutral impact.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. I just wanted to develop that a little bit more, and I'm sorry if my colleague Councillor Brooke might have already covered this for a petition chair. Could you talk me through, Mr. Palmer, the age of the assets across the locality that are protected by the conservation area designation, what period they represent, and then describe to me what period the greenhouse represents and how those two relate, please.
So the majority of the listed buildings around there date from kind of circa 1835, and the majority of that area dates from between 1830 and 1860s. 1835 to 1855, if you want to be more precise. And then the walled garden itself dates at a similar kind of age in relation to Singleton. The greenhouse itself is about 100 years later, 1933 to 1946. So it's not contemporary to the date of the walled garden. It's much later in its age.
And was it potentially in different ownership at the time it was constructed compared to Singleton?
Quite potentially. Singleton, the walled gardens were separated from Singleton in regards to ownership in 1945. So it could have been built in the late 1945 and early 1946, prior to the date of the aerial photograph being taken. It could have been built prior to that when it was still in the ownership of Singleton. We don't know, essentially. However, what we do know, it wasn't there in 1933.
And more importantly, it wasn't there in 1835.
Most certainly wasn't there in 1835, yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Are there any more questions out on the floor? Councillor Tolchard.
Thank you, Chair. Quite simple questions, really. We looked at the curved sort of patio area and the curved concrete wall, which I think is being removed, isn't it, and replaced by a sort of an L-shaped flagstone area, and the removal of the palm trees which are currently there. I assume that those palm trees are not subject to TPO, and that the other trees in the garden, which are subject to TPO, will be remaining, they'll be untouched.
So the site's within a conservation area, so that leads to protections to certain trees, particularly like with the stem diameter. So our senior tree officer has reviewed the application, which included a tree survey. He asked originally for further details because those trees were to be removed, the palm trees, which are the ornamental, and a few of the other sort of vegetation in that area to allow for the flagstones. They will be removed, and he's content with their removal on the basis of their limited amenity value that they provide. And he's content that the tree protection plan which has been provided will protect all other trees on the site. So all other trees that provide positive amenity value will be retained with that plan, which I've recommended to be conditioned.
Thank you very much. And can we just, the extension at the front of the house, which is now going to extend sort of all the way along, is the actual depth of that similar to the sort of extended area that is there at the moment?
So I've measured the depth, and the depth of the extension, which will span the whole width, will not extend further to the east than that existing single-storey extension, so it's just going to extend further north.
Councillor Tolchard, are you satisfied there? Yep.
Yes, I am.
Lovely.
Thank you so much.
Any
Thank
more
you.
questions from members? Yeah, Councillor Billings.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair, just one more, just to fully explore this. In terms of the dwelling itself, I think I probably already know the answer to this. Are we clear that the flat-roofed component, in the same way we were identifying the greenhouse, does not relate to the period where the most of the heritage assets that the conservation area designation protects? Are we clear that the flat-roofed component of the dwelling doesn't reflect that period either, and that's a much later addition, please?
Yeah, mid to late 20th century, I would say, much later.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Brooke.
Yeah, apologies, I had a third question, but it came in through one of the speakers on objection. Just very quickly, there was a mention, I believe, about the raised roof line and a loss of light or privacy. Could we just have a clarification on the picture?
Yeah. Oh, good. It's come back.
Because when we were at the site visit, and it looked like they're moving along from the current ridge, getting rid of the flat roof. Yeah, there we go. That's it. So the objection was a loss of light and privacy. I just wanted to pursue that a little bit more, because when we actually stood in the car park, and I was looking at the relationship with the current, I don't want to be rude, block of apartments. Yeah. And I was struggling to see that as a loss of light and privacy. have I missed something there?
So within the committee report, I'd give sort of confirmations in terms of how much further north it's extending. So it's extending 1.35 metres further north. So hopefully you can see my little pointer. So it's extending 1.35 metres in this direction. In terms of the height, so the two-storey flat roof extension, which is going to be removed, has got an approximate height of 6.1 metres. So the ridge of the roof of the new two-storey extension is 6.3 metres. So it's 0.2 higher than this existing level. And then if I just go back onto the proposed site plan, you can see the relationship here. So here's the garage block that we were looking across to. You can see the end of where the extension is does not extend beyond this. I think we had comments from the objections about this being a garden area potentially up here, and I sort of pointed out on the site that it looked like there was sort of washing lines, so they might use it as an amenity area. But within the committee report, it's my assessment that given the orientation, the separation distance, the height with what's already there, particularly with the garage structure, that there's an acceptable impact from the proposal in terms of the amenity on that adjacent block of flats.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brooke. So if we're all ready, no more questions, I think we'll move on to debate. Sorry, was that a question for you? No, moving on to debate, please. Anybody like to open? Does anybody have to say following our visit today? Councillor Billings.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to reiterate the point that I made earlier. I thought the report we had before us was very comprehensive. This is a householder application committee, a 27-page report. It's extremely comprehensive. So thank you, Mrs. Clark. Really appreciate it. I'd just like to talk through the 4 different elements that I think are relevant here, and try and narrow down the discussion somewhat. So I think the easiest one to discount is the structure. This is the component that's shown on the plan on the on that plan north of the wall that runs across the middle of the gardens. My understanding is that's not being touched at all. That's being highlighted on screen now. So that I think we can remove from our considerations, because I haven't seen anything in the submitted proposals that suggest that's being affected. The next thing I think we can consider is the outbuilding. That's the thing slightly south of the structure we're talking about. In my eyes, what's currently there is detrimental. It clearly looks like a modern construction. It clearly looks like modern render. To me, that looked out of place in important walled gardens. So I personally was not persuaded that the removal of that was in any way detrimental. I actually thought the removal of that outbuilding was beneficial. We then move on to and I'll do these. I'll take the dwelling first, because I think that's somewhat easier. The proposals that we're seeing, in my view, have a positive impact on the dwelling house. They remove an unsightly, in my view, unsightly extension to the north, which has got a flat roof and a parapet wall, and particularly when viewed from Meadville to the west, which presents an incongruous parapet wall. It will replace that with a slightly longer, admittedly, slightly taller at ridge, pitched roof with natural slate. To me, that would be an improvement. I appreciate that ultimately the ridge height would be higher, and the extension would project to the to the north further by 1.35 metres. Doing the best I can from the submitted plans, the ridge height would be about 300 millimetres higher. But I think it would have less visual impact because the high point would be further away from you and it would slope up towards it rather than being a blank sort of solid wall massing as is currently shown. If we also go through in terms of the other elements of what's changing in that dwelling, we've got existing white UPVC windows being replaced with aluminium framed windows with fenestration that appears to me to be more sympathetic in character. To me, and also the third element of change into that building, we've got the replacement of that flat roofed forward projection with a pitched roof. So to me, I thought that was in aggregate positive changes to that dwelling house. I'd then like to think through the impact of the greenhouse. When we saw the greenhouse on site, the greenhouse to me, I didn't understand the huge importance of it, and I say that for reasons that I'll articulate. First of all, the stub wall around it is a modern form of engineering brick, which appears to be built using a cement, not lime mortar. Both of those are different. The materials are different. The construction method is different from the main walls of the gardens. Inside that greenhouse is concrete slabs, similar to you might buy at B&Q. They're of a modern period. They're not something traditional representing a heritage value. The timber work to that greenhouse is in a very poor state of decay. And I was also, when I stood from the road and other public vantage points, I was also unable to see that greenhouse. So in terms of the way it informed the conservation area to me from areas of the street scene, it didn't do so positively. And when I was on site, because of its, I felt, later building and also poor state of repair, to me I would have suggested on balance that was either removal of the greenhouse was either neutral or slightly positive. That was the way I looked at these proposals, and I'm conscious, members, that I'm describing these in slightly different terms to what other members of the community have said in representations, and I'd be interested in other people's views, please. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Verdi.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to follow this similar line to what Councillor Billings has said. I don't want to repeat what he said, but I believe that the new plans will enhance Singleton Gardens than what is presently there, which looks like a horrible 1960s extension and rebuild. What I am conflicted with is the greenhouse. Now, I am a big fan of heritage, but just looking at it today, it's really dilapidated, looks beyond repair, and I compared it to a classic car. Should we restore this or not? Is it viable for restoration or not? And in my view, I don't think it is. I don't think it is part of the original Singleton Gardens. It's something that's been added thereafter. And the proposal for the new build is going to enhance that area with the slate tiles and will probably look more in keeping with Singleton Gardens. That would be similar to a Victorian period build. So I was conflicted with the greenhouse, but seeing the state of it today, the owner's tried to maintain it. He's kept it afloat, the roof afloat with the struts, but I don't think it's viable to retain. I think the new build, new development with the enhanced gardening and landscape will enhance the whole Singleton Garden area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Verdi. Councillor Fox.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I don't disagree with anything that's already been said. Just firstly, that it's important that we just consider this application and not any possibilities, any Trojan horses or anything in the future. That's what we are required to do, and we'll be failing in our duty if we allow our minds to go on to what might happen in the future if this application is determined whichever way. That's my first point. Secondly, a very full officer report and a number of national and local plan policies are set out. I think local plan policy DE5 in particular I think is helpful, which states that extensions to domestic dwellings should not dominate or have other adverse effects on the character and appearance of the original dwelling or neighbouring dwellings or the street scene. And I think from all I've observed and heard and read, I think that policy is completely complied with. Thirdly, we have a lot of comments from Historic England, and they've had ample opportunity to take this further and put their mark on it, as it were, and they have politely declined to do that. And in fact, they've come out with some quite damning comments in my view, one of which is that they cannot claim to have any claims, so I'm saying this wrong, there cannot be any claims to special interest. Apologies for the mispronunciation before. In terms of the extension, I think that, again, the fenestration's been mentioned, the removal of the UPVC, which I think is really important. I don't believe it is dominant or visually intrusive. The pitched roof, I think, introduces a measure of visual coherence, and that, again, I think accords with local plan policy SS10. And again, my final point is on the greenhouse. It just looks very tired, that it looks like it's been declining for a long period of time, but on the other hand, it's got fairly modern structural elements to it that certainly weren't there in the 1830s. And I think the word dilapidated that is used in the officer's report is absolutely spot on. And again, I don't think it's a neutral impact to remove that. I think it would be an enhancement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. So a lot of points were raised by members of the public, and a lot have been considered during the course of the day. Are there any other things that members would like to say? Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, as the councillor that moved refusal last time Singleton came to this committee, I think I should probably say something. But obviously, same site, different application, and that's what I've been emphasising to myself. This is a different application, and we've heard some comments about what may happen in the future, and as Councillor Fox has already stated, it's beyond our remit to speculate what may or may not happen in the future as a result of this. And similarly, a similar principle applies, I think, in terms of the concerns raised about the process. In terms of the consultation of this application, we as a committee do have to take our planning officers in earnest when they say that they're satisfied that they demonstrated due diligence in that regard. And so far, unless something changes in the course of this debate, because this is a different application, I can't see anything, or haven't been swayed yet of anything that would lead me to a point where I would be unhappy to support this. I'm still open-minded at this stage, but like I said, as the mover of the previous refusal at this site, I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Paignton. And Councillor Billings, you have something to add, I think?
I think, Chair, if I may, I think we're very quickly getting to a position where maybe we should be putting a proposal on the table, unless members have anything further. Looking at a few nodding heads, I'd like to put a proposal on the table. Before I do, I'll just explain one slight addition that I was going to make to the officer's recommendation. In relation to what Mr. Metcalfe said earlier, he referred to the paving, the new paving that's going outside, as being natural. It was what he spoke about. I didn't find, unless Ms. Clark can tell me otherwise, or Mr. Metcalfe from the audience, I couldn't find that word in any of the submitted documents. I saw references to grey flags, and I saw pictures of what appeared to be natural stone paving. But I thought, in view of the fact that the roof is visible in the street scene, and also the fact that there is perhaps further information that we were given orally than in the submitted documents, and it's the submitted documents we're approving, I was going to suggest a materials condition for materials to come forward for consideration and submission first. I just wondered, officers, would that be appropriate in this instance? Is that something that we could weave in?
Thank you. So there is a submission, I'm afraid it wasn't on my slideshow, which detailed materials. So we've got the roofing material detailed as Lugo Dark, Spanish, Natural, Riven Slate by independent slate suppliers, which Rob's confirmed that he would consider to be acceptable. There was an image of grey flagstone paving, which we were content with the details, from my opinion. I think the committee report did include, I'll just scroll down to it, condition 2 is joinery and fenestration details. So we felt that was what we were potentially missing from the application submission to ensure a good quality scheme. So we've already got the roofing material, we've got some details of the paving. It was making sure that the joinery and fenestration was acceptable. So that was the condition recommended. So I don't know, maybe if you want to consider if that covers all your points that you're making or not.
No, I don't think it does. The page that's been submitted that talks about materials shows a picture of paving, and it also refers to it as being grey flags. It doesn't actually say what it's made from. We specifically heard the word natural, so I think I'd add slightly to that, just for comprehensiveness, recognising the importance of that. I think we've spoken as a committee and also heard from Mr. Palmer earlier about it's the modern materials that detracted from the greenhouse. So I'm just thinking if we can get natural ones in and maybe slightly expand that materials condition to be including the hard surfacing, perhaps. Would that be if we did it that way?
Yes, if you're minded to do that, I probably would suggest doing it as a separate condition, just because it would be easier, but as a hard landscaping condition, just for details, samples or technical specification of the flagstone paving, if that's what you're after.
Then, Chair, subject to that extra condition that we've just had described, an additional hard landscaping condition for materials to be approved, as an additional condition going in as what would be condition 8. I'd like to move for approval in accordance with the officer's report with the conditions therein, subject to that also one extra condition. That would be my proposal on the table, Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve and a seconder. Thank you very much. Is there any on those proposal and seconding? Excellent. Then we're going to move on. The motion is approved. To the vote. Well, hands up, please, if you approve this motion. Sorry, I'm moving on too fast. Very keen. Hands up if you approve this motion, please. Thank you. Yeah. Unanimous. Thank you very much. That was unanimous. And now we will move on. So, item number 6 on the agenda. This is to consider an application for 36 Dunstone Park Road, Paignton, application number P/2022/0091. The clerk has confirmed those who have registered to speak, but before they do so, I'm going to ask Ms. Verity Clark to have another go to introduce this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So the application site is number 36 Dunstone Park Road, which features a detached bungalow located on the northern side of Dunstone Park Road. So this is an aerial photo of the site. The topography of Dunstone Park Road varies significantly, with dwellings on the northern side of Dunstone Park Road being set up from the existing street scene and on substantially higher ground compared to those dwellings on the southern side, which are set down from the existing street scene. The site forms part of the built-up area but is not subject to any other designations. So as an update to members, since the writing of the committee report, a further 2 objections have been received. There is the contention within one of the representations that insufficient information has been provided with the application alongside adequate assessment of lighting impacts to the windows of 34 Dunstone Park Road and the impacts on their solar panels, and there is reference to the BRE guidance. The BRE standards they quote are guidance, and in my opinion the committee report, which draws upon first-hand knowledge of the relationship between the dwellings from the site visit and neighbouring comments, alongside the application submission, which considers the relationship between the dwellings, provides adequate analysis of the relationship and impacts, and enables the committee to make a sound decision. So this plan shows the existing site layout. You can see the site currently has an area of hard standing and a garage with pedestrian access to the dwelling, and there's a front terrace area with a rear garden. So this next plan shows the existing floor plans and elevations of the existing dwelling on the site. The dwelling features a single storey with a tiled roof and UPVC openings. So the plan now showing is the proposed elevations plan. The proposal seeks to demolish the existing detached dwelling and construct a replacement dwelling. The replacement dwelling will be set over 3 floors and will include excavation to form the ground floor level, which will be built into the slope of the land, resulting in the appearance of a 3-storey dwelling from the front and a 2-storey dwelling at the rear. The dwelling will feature a modern design with the ground floor clad in stone and a mixture of render and vertical cladding at 1st and 2nd floor level. The dwelling will feature large areas of glazing on the front, southern elevation, and the dwelling will include timber doors at ground floor level with grey window openings. The roof will feature 2 monopitch roofs of different pitches, finished in single-ply membrane with feature standing seams in grey. So just for context, the adjacent dwellings are detailed on the bottom right southern elevation. Let me just get the little marker. So number 36A Dunstone Park Road is located on the left, and then we've got number 34 Dunstone Park Road, which is on the right, just on that image. So we've got the dotted red outline, which is also shown on the plans, which indicates the existing dwelling. You can see that on all 4 of these elevations. So the replacement dwelling will include an increased ridge height of approximately 1.75 metres higher than the existing dwelling at the central highest section of the proposed roof. The proposed ridge height will sit approximately 1.3 metres lower than the ridge height of number 36A Dunstone Park Road to the west, and approximately 1.7 metres higher than number 34 Dunstone Park Road to the east at its highest point. So this plan details the proposed layout plan, the floor plans and the roof plan, and again we've got the red dashed outline which indicates the extent of the existing dwelling. So the width of the replacement dwelling will be approximately 1.89 metres smaller than the existing dwelling, with a width of 10.82 metres. However, the depth will be increased, with the replacement dwelling extending approximately 2.73 metres closer to the rear northern boundary. The replacement dwelling will extend further to the south than the existing dwelling and will include front balconies at first and second floor level. The proposal involves excavation of areas of the site, including the existing front patio area. So as a result of the excavation, the height of the first floor balcony does not exceed the height of the existing patio area. So a driveway, carport and manoeuvring area would be formed within the front garden, and the existing garage will be demolished, with a new detached garage formed alongside a new area of hard standing, general landscaping works and boundary features. So the replacement dwelling will feature 3 bedrooms and will retain the existing rear garden. So this is the proposed section plan with the existing dwelling outlined in red once again. You can see that the existing levels of the rear garden will be retained. And then this plan details the proposed replacement garage and parking area with the new garden wall and the gate. So during the course of the application, the occupiers of the adjacent dwelling, number 34 Dunstone Park Road, have installed solar panels on their eastern and western roof slopes. This aerial image below shows the location of these solar panels. So you can see here and here. And the applicant has provided the plan on the top of this image, which is based on their existing site data levels plan. And this shows the relationship between the replacement dwelling and number 34. So the following photos are taken of the site. So this image is taken from Dunstone Park Road. You can see the existing garage on the left and the pedestrian access to the dwelling on the right. There's the existing front terrace area with the balustrading just along here, which is visible in the centre. So this image is also taken from Dunstone Park Road. We've got the application site here just on the right, and then we've got number 36A, which is visible just here. You can see that it's got the higher ridge height. And then once more, we've got another image taken from Dunstone Park Road. Application site's here on the left, and then we've got number 34 Dunstone Park Road, just here centrally within the image. And then just another image taken, just really to show the location of the solar panels, which you can see here on number 34 Dunstone Park Road. So this image is looking towards the western elevation of 34 Dunstone Park Road, where you can see they've got 2 existing windows on their side elevation. So the occupiers have provided representations to the proposal and have confirmed that the closest window on the image serves a large living room, which also has a window on the front elevation, and the window behind serves a kitchen, which also has a window on their rear northern elevation. So this image is looking towards the eastern side elevation of number 36A Dunstone Park Road and their 2 existing first floor windows. So representations from the occupant have confirmed that the closest window in the photo is the sole window serving a bedroom, whilst the rear window is also serving a bedroom, but this has a second window on the rear of their property. So this image is looking towards the western boundary of the site, and you can see the bedroom window of number 36A, which looks into the rear of the application site's garden. So this image is showing the rear of the existing dwelling. And then this image is looking towards the eastern boundary of the site, and you can see number 34 Dunstone Park Road just there in the background. And then lastly, this image is just looking towards the rear boundary. So this slide lists the key material considerations, which are considered in detail in the committee report, but which I'll briefly run through now. So the committee report confirms there are no policies indicating that the proposal is not acceptable in principle. In terms of the design, visual appearance and character of the area, whilst the proposal will result in a 3-storey dwelling, the excavation of the site to form the ground floor level, in addition to the use of stone to break up the visual massing and bulk of the dwelling, reduces the dominance of the design and visual appearance. In the immediate street scene, there are examples of single-storey and 2-storey dwellings and a block of flats set over 3 floors. There is no uniform characteristics in the street scene, and ridge heights, design and roof forms all greatly vary. The replacement dwelling will not exceed the height of number 36A Dunstone Park Road, and while set over 3 floors and modern in its design rationale, the use of 2 monopitch roofs is considered to acknowledge the local character of pitched roofs in the area, including that of number 32 and number 34. It is considered that the proposal positively addresses the topography of the site and provides a dwelling of an acceptable size, scale, massing and visual appearance for its context. The replacement single-storey flat roof garage, hard standing parking area, new gate, walls and landscaping at the front of the site are considered to result in an acceptable visual appearance for the context. So during the course of the application, the occupiers of 34 Dunstone Park Road have installed solar panels on their eastern and western roof of their dwelling. They have subsequently raised a concern that the replacement dwelling will result in reduced efficiency to the solar panels. The applicant has submitted a plan detailing the relationship of the solar PV with the replacement dwelling, and this indicates that the replacement dwelling will not impede a clearance of 45 degrees. At present, the existing dwelling would likely block an element of light in the late afternoon evening due to the existing siting and height. Given the siting of the replacement dwelling in comparison to the existing dwelling, as the solar PV are located to the front of the roof slope, and given the angle clearance of the replacement dwelling, it is considered that the replacement dwelling would be unlikely to result in any significant detriment to the operational capacity of the solar panels in comparison to the existing dwelling, and this is therefore not considered to constitute a reason for refusal. In terms of amenity issues, the proposal will provide a good quality of accommodation for future occupiers. The committee report considers at length the impact on amenity of adjacent occupiers, and the conclusion is that with the imposition of conditions, notably with the obscure glazing and restricted opening of the 2 windows at second floor level on the eastern elevation, the proposal retains a suitable level of amenity. Other openings on the replacement dwelling and their impact on adjacent amenity are considered and concluded as acceptable. Given site levels and separation distances, the proposal will have an acceptable impact on the dwelling at the rear, 11 Dixon Close, and the dwellings across the road on Dunstone Park Road. The 2 existing side windows on number 34 primarily sit adjacent to the side wall of the existing dwelling. The existing set-in design at the front of the existing dwelling does allow for angled views with greater outlook towards the front of the dwelling and the front of the application site from the neighbouring window sited closest to the front of their dwelling, which is a secondary living room window. The replacement dwelling will be sited approximately 1.35 metres further away from the shared boundary, thereby increasing the separation distance between the dwellings, although the existing dwelling includes a set-in section further from the shared boundary. The replacement dwelling will not feature a set-in element, thereby siting the dwelling closer to the side boundary in this location. The overall height of the replacement dwelling will increase. However, the proposal utilises 2 monopitch roofs of different heights and pitches, thereby resulting in varying heights. The monopitch roof closest to number 34 features a shallower pitch, and the overall height increase from the existing roof varies on this roof slope from approximately 0.88 metres to 1.34 metres higher than the existing roof. Whilst the proposal will result in an increase in ridge height, given the siting of the dwelling in relation to the shared boundary, and as number 34 Dunstone Park Road's windows currently face the side wall of the existing dwelling and are secondary windows, the reduction in daylight, sunlight and outlook to and from these windows is not considered to result in an unacceptable living environment within number 34. With regard to number 36A Dunstone Park Road, whilst the proposal will result in the replacement dwelling extending in front of number 36A's window, which is closest to the rear of their dwelling, given this is a secondary window and the bedroom is also served by a rear window, the proposal is not considered to result in an unacceptable loss of light and outlook to this habitable room. The central window solely serving a bedroom currently faces out onto the roof of the application site's dwelling. The monopitch roof of the replacement dwelling, adjacent to 36A, matches the pitch of the existing roof and therefore does not alter the direct outlook achieved. The monopitch roof will result in a higher overall ridge height. However, this is not considered to result in an unacceptable impact on light levels, given the angle of the roof in relation to this neighbouring dwelling and the location of the window. Given the siting of surrounding dwellings, modest increase in ridge height and the boundary treatment, the replacement dwelling is not considered to result in a loss of light to the rear garden of adjacent dwellings, nor the openings at the rear, nor is the proposal considered to result in an overbearing impact. So moving on to ecology issues, the DCC ecologist has considered the information submitted by the applicant's consultant ecologist and has confirmed that with the addition of conditions, the proposal is acceptable. In terms of drainage and flood risk, the site is located within a critical drainage area and the flood risk assessment confirms that surface water will be dealt with in accordance with the drainage hierarchy, which will be secured by a condition. The proposal is considered to be acceptable on highways grounds with suitable parking provision provided, which will improve the current parking situation. And the replacement dwelling has considered the reduction of heat loss in the design and the resultant energy use, which is considered to be acceptable. So the committee report considers all the issues mentioned in depth, and when weighing up the proposal against the relevant policies noted on this slide, in addition to the MPPF, it is concluded that the proposal accords with the local plan, neighbourhood plan and the MPPF. The officer recommendation is therefore that of conditional approval, subject to the conditions as outlined in the committee report, with the final drafting of conditions delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, the resolution of any new material considerations that may come to light following Planning Committee to be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency, including the addition of any necessary further planning conditions or obligations, and if members of the Planning Committee are minded to refuse the application against officer recommendation, the final drafting of the reasons will be delegated to the Divisional Director of Planning, Housing and Climate Emergency and in consultation with the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Clark. I'm going to call the first of our registered speakers on this application, Miss Louise Murphy, to address the meeting, please, against the application. Please be aware you have 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Please go ahead.
Many plans have been submitted and withdrawn due to inaccuracy, too big, and all designs to date are being shoehorned into a small plot. That is not our fault. It's going to be overbearing to both sides of the properties and too close. I hope you have looked at objections. They contained detailed evidence as to why this application should not have been put forward for approval. We have recently commissioned Anstey Horn. They are leading experts in the field of loss of light and overshadowing who have detailed serious issues with regards to this application. I hope you have been furnished and read this important report written by them, as it should not be ignored. Based on Anstey Horn's review of the planning application, they submit that members of Torbay Council Planning Committee cannot safely determine that the proposed development is acceptable without first seeing evidence that the proposed development will not adversely impact neighbouring properties. Verity and the agent has acknowledged that there will be issues of loss of light to our solar and a small amount to our windows, though unlikely to result in any significant detriment. How can they come to this conclusion? They are not experts in this field. Anstey Horn are. Detailed by Anstey Horn, this proposal will cause shadowing.
Wait, it's gone.
Oh, hang on. It will cause overshadowing of loss of light and outlook to habitable rooms, solar panels, garden and loss of privacy. Loss of light to windows use the 25-degree BRE rule. This has been applied and fails this test. ANSTI suggests to members of the committee that determination of the application is either postponed until surveys reports are submitted and reviewed by them, or B, the application is refused. Verity has not implemented key requirements under DE3 and Torbay Council's validation requirements for planning applications section 3.10.3 notes that a daylight and sunlight report worded as shading diagram some path analysis should be submitted for development proposals that are likely to overshadow adjoining private property that has the potential to adversely affect amenity. The agent has wrongly applied a 40-degree test to our solar panels, and only a shading diagram sun path analysis is used. That is industry standard. I requested that an overshadowing survey be undertaken due to loss of light in early January this year. This has not been provided by the applicant, so invalidates this application. It is just far too big being shoehorned in. And funny enough, the original bungalow only has 8 usable steps. They've said, the agent said that they are putting in the driveway to facilitate guests on one of his supporting letters. Are these paying guests? Because it's got also leisure facilities, a swimming pool and a gym on the subterranean floor. Interestingly, this proposal has 22 external steps, probably will be 36, as the footpath on the west is very steep. It is a 1 in 3 gradient, which contravenes the national requirement of a footpath to be no steeper than 1 in 6. And also it has 26 internal stairs, not exactly designed for life if you've got mobility problems, a pram, elderly or young children. There is far too much hard landscaping at subterranean level and above via the drive due to retaining walls, it will cause excessive noise. So, and the whole of the front windows can open up. And this is going to be excessive as well. The back of the garden, the extension, comes way past our property. And the outlook to all of our windows, east and west, are going to be severely impacted by this thing. Also, there's a huge long wall, part of the main building there, 4.5 metres by 1 metres high, which is going to disturb the outlook to the next one, to the next door neighbour's outlook. One is the current outlook, the photo. Below it is the long wall coming out, which is part of the main building. The outlook to the windows is just going to be our windows. We're going to be looking at a huge block wall from the kitchen and the lounge, and the poor neighbour next door is just going to be looking at a sea of tiles.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms Murphy, for your time is up. I appreciate your submission, and we have heard what you have to say. And now I'm going to call Mr Richard Maddock and Mr Julian Daniel to address the meeting together in support of the application. Please be aware that between the two of you combined, you have up to 5 minutes to speak, and you will get a warning when you have 1 minute remaining.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, and members, for the opportunity to speak today in support of this application. As a director at K. Elliott Architects, this project represents something of a departure for me. I'm usually find myself in front of committees for major planning applications, and one which have significant constraints, usually with substantial opposition. But today I'm here representing a local couple who are trying to build a family home on a piece of land or a site they've owned for several years. They've been extraordinarily accommodating, looking at changes looking at requests for changes, making iterative amendments to the design to address concerns raised by the case officer and the neighbours. To illustrate this point, this minor application was validated almost exactly 2 years ago and now ranks as one of the longest running planning applications that I've ever been involved with. It should also be noted that during this extended determination period, the neighbours' solar panels have been installed. As you've heard, the proposal is for a single replacement family home on what is established residential street, a street where building heights vary from 1 to 3 stories and where there is no prevailing architectural style. It does not lie in a conservation area, flood zone, or affect any listed buildings or protected trees. In fact, the land is subject to no restrictions within the adopted local plan. The existing property is a 2-bedroom house in poor condition, built around 1960. It has very poor thermal envelope and, due to its single-storey layout, has an extremely high form factor, which further compounds issues of heat loss. The ground floor level is set some 5 metres above the street, making stepped approach almost unavoidable and restricts access for many visitors. Despite the existing detached property benefiting from permitted development rights, the applicant wishes to create a new cohesive design, one that facilitates level access for all while providing appropriate accommodation and thermal comfort. The 2.5-storey design helps optimise the form factor and respects the wider street scene. I respectfully ask members to support this application, one that seeks to create a new energy efficient home which is recommended for approval, have no officer objections and represents sustainable development in an established residential area. Thank you, and over to my client for a few words.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members, for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of this application. Also to the Planning Department for all the hard work that they've put in over the last 2 years. My name is Julian Daniel. I'm here today on behalf of myself, my wife and my family. This is not just an application for me. This represents the focus of a completely new chapter in our lives, a home where we hope to spend the rest of our lives. I sincerely believe that we have done everything that we possibly could have by, on multiple occasions, changing our home design with the input from the planning officer and the architects to address the concerns of our neighbours. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Maddock and Mr. Daniel. That was very efficient. That concludes representations from our registered speakers, and I'd like to thank you for speaking at committee and ensure you that your statements have been heard. So it's now time for committee members to ask their questions. Please may I remind members that questions should cover matters not already addressed in the officer's presentation. Is anyone with a first question? Councillor Verdi.
Yeah, just wanted to ask some of the points Ms Murphy raised regarding the loss of light through the windows, and also the effect on the solar panels, and also the large wall that was illustrated through one of the windows, and fourthly the footpath gradient. Has all this been looked at with insight? And also referring to the report from Anstey Horn, has that been referred to as well? Who should we believe, the planning officer or this report? That's my questions.
So within the amenity section of the committee report, all of those considerations are detailed, so I give you my professional recommendation. I would agree that there is going to be a loss of light and outlook to the windows on the side of number 34. However, you've got to consider the fact that they're secondary windows, and they're windows that are already facing primarily onto the centre of the application site's existing dwelling. So the replacement dwelling will be primarily sited further away from that side boundary, although, as I did say, there is that set-in dogleg section. So in that location, there will be development built closer to that side boundary. It's my assessment that there will be a loss of light and outlook, but given the fact that they are secondary windows and what they already look out to, that that would not be substantiating of a reason for refusal. So I think there's an acceptable impact there. In terms of the solar panels, again, that's considered in detail in the committee report. We did ask the planning agents to provide the plan which showed the relationship clearly between the solar panels and the proposed development. It's my assessment that there might be a slight minor impact on the operational capacity of the solar panels, but again, I wouldn't consider this to constitute a reason for refusal. In terms of the wall, the replacement dwelling does extend further back into the rear of the property. However, I think it was pretty clear when we were on site today, there's an existing site boundary which is quite vegetated. The neighbouring property side windows are already primarily looking out onto the existing property itself. Again, they're secondary windows, so I wouldn't consider that to be, again, a reason for refusal, the fact that it's extending further into the rear of the site. And then in terms of footpath gradient, we don't have any plans or policies that state any sort of minimum gradients. In terms of footpath, there might be something in building regulations, but that wouldn't be a planning reason which we could refuse the application on. So hopefully that covers your questions.
Thank you, Verity.
Councillor Fox, and then I think Councillor Billings after. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. First of all, in relation to the street scene, obviously we have seen it, but I wonder if the officers care to describe what they feel are the prevailing themes within that street. Secondly, in relation to the efficiency of solar panels, I don't know the answer to this, and forgive me, perhaps I ought to know from my background, but as a material consideration, is this enshrined in any aspect of planning law, regulations, the MPPF or the local plan? My third question is on separation distances. I think you've said in your report that there's adequate separation, but I just want that confirmed, obviously in terms of living conditions and habitable rooms. And my final question, there was an allegation made by one of the speakers about a poor thermal envelope at the moment. Is that something that the officers would agree with? Thank you.
Okay, so I've just got up some of the street scene images. I think as I stated in the committee report and within my presentation, there's quite a wide variety of built form in the area, but I think one of the positive characteristics is generally that we've got that pitched form. There's complete differences in terms of height, orientation. We've got general sort of building lines and layout, which this is looking to address. So I'd say there's very little uniformity in the street scene other than potentially a characteristic of pitched roofs. So I think it'd be very difficult to say that there's any overriding characteristic. In terms of the solar panel question, there is recent case law which does say that we have to consider the impact of development on solar panels. So certainly that is a material consideration that we need to be considering as part of this application. In terms of the separation distances, I believe I said it. Let me just find the number again.
I know on site we talked about, I think 19.5 metres was one of the examples, but I can't remember to which property that was.
So that would have been the dwellings to the rear at Dixon Close. So yeah, so it's extending 2.73 metres closer to the northern boundary. Scroll up. Sorry, I'm just trying to find where the exact figure is, but I don't want to keep... Okay, so there's a separation distance of 1.35 metres. Yeah, so it's 1.35 metres further away from the shared boundary. So that's increasing the separation distance between the dwellings. That's between 34 Dunstone Park Road and the replacement dwelling.
And do you know what the estimated distance now is?
So that's the new separation.
Sorry, I'm being thick here. Could you just explain to me what the distance now would be if approval were given?
It's an adjacent neighbourhood meeting. Adjacent neighbourhood meeting.
I don't think it is. So I'm just trying to scroll through the report. Bear with me a second if that's okay.
Can I just rephrase? Basically, it's in relation to number 34 that I'm concerned about. I just want to know what the increased distance now is.
It's not actually in the report. The original distances are in the report. It's just the extra further. So
I'm just going to measure it on the actual plans because I don't want to give you the wrong information. Just bear with me if that's okay. Okay, so there'll be between number 36A, which is the property to the west, there's going to be a separation distance of approximately 4.4 metres. And then the separation distance to the east between the application site's replacement dwelling and number 34, there'll be a separation distance of approximately 4.3 metres. So 4.3 and 4.4 metre separation distances to the two dwellings to the side of the replacement dwelling.
And just to follow up on that, how would you propose to make that acceptable? What features would you want? Are you putting in or proposing to put in by way of, say, conditions, for example?
So, in my opinion, the actual form of the building has an acceptable impact on the relationship with the neighbouring property. There is a planning condition recommended which recommends the obscure glazing and restricted opening of the two windows serving the bathroom on the eastern elevation. So with the addition of that condition, it's my recommendation that there's an acceptable impact on the amenity of all surrounding occupiers and properties.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fox. Councillor Billings and then Councillor Strang afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Clark. I commented in relation to the previous application about a very comprehensive report. I think in relation to this one, the work you've done isn't so much in the report, it's in the application to get it to the stage as it's gone through the planning process to get to where you can write a report. And in particular, I believe in relation to this application, that officers have listened very carefully to the comments made by objectors and have allowed those through engagement with the applicant to feed through to some of the revised design proposals. I was just wondering whether you can just explain to me some of the key changes that have gone on in the design evolution that's got us to where we've got to. For example, I'm looking at some of the previous drawings that look nothing like, or at least simplify, they're very different to what we've got up on screen. If you can just talk me through some of those changes just loosely, that would really help, please. First question, Chair.
Yes, so we've had quite a few design changes that have come through as part of this application. Mainly sort of in visual appearance. There's quite a lot of concerns from residents and from officers in terms of the visual appearance of the replacement dwelling put forward. We felt that one of the really, I think I alluded to it earlier, one of the key characteristics, or one of the few characteristics of the area was the pitched roofs. So it was sort of my assessment that if we could alter the proposal, which previously I think we had some flat roof arrangements, we've now got sort of two monopitched roofs, which sort of try to assimilate a little bit better into the street scene. So that was one of the key design changes. Also a key change was the change in the pitch of this roof here, because there was a concern with the central window at number 36A, which is the sole window serving one of the bedrooms. So previously we had a much higher level of development in terms of like where the eaves finished was much higher, which meant that the outlook from their window would be effectively looking at a solid wall. What we've had in terms of design changes is we've matched the pitch of the existing roof on the site, so effectively their main outlook and light levels are not going to be significantly reduced. So those were some of the main sort of design changes that we've made, which has resulted in my positive recommendation.
So just to explore that, we've gone from a flat roof, which would have had quite high eaves because of its flat roof nature near properties either side, to a pitched roof because that better reflected the street scene generally, and then to a pitched roof that had lower eaves so as to provide a better relationship to adjacent properties. Would that be a fair description of the process?
Yes, I think that would be fair.
We heard in relation to the speakers earlier, one of the concerns articulated would be in the potential future use of the building. It felt to me as if it was almost being said, it wasn't, but it felt almost as if it could be some concerns that this might be B&B use or something similar like that. Would that potential future use be a valid material consideration to take into account now? Yes or no, please?
So we have to take the application on the basis of its submission. So if they wanted to change the use in future, they would likely need to apply for planning permission. So we need to take it on the basis that it's a replacement dwelling, it's a single dwelling, and we have no other reason to suspect otherwise.
And there were some points made in relation to that the application submitted didn't have all of the things that are in our validation checklist. Could you explain to me when our validation checklist came in and when this application was submitted and the relationship between the two, please?
So certainly this application was submitted prior to the adoption of the current local validation list. So we had to consider the validation in terms of our previous validation requirements. One thing to note is that it, I believe, states that it should have that. It does not say that details must be provided. So it's very much on the basis of discretion on what information we are required. If I believed that we required that information to make a sound decision, then I would have requested it. But in my opinion, we do not need further information than what we've already got.
Thank you. And a point being made also was about the quantum of the built form in relation to what's coming forward. I think the word used was overdevelopment. Could you talk to me just slightly in relation to the current property and its presence within the street scene in relation to the scale and massing of the built form on either sides and also further along the road, and therefore whether in your professional opinion you would have thought that that the scale and quantum of what's currently there is appropriate, or whether that would suggest that whether it's this application or another that there was scope for something larger on the plot, please.
So probably the most helpful image I've got up on the screen now, you can see that the existing property is single storey, quite small in terms of its visual impact. So the replacement dwelling will be larger than what's there at the moment, but what we've got there at the moment is very small. There's a wide variety of design and characteristics within the area. The actual ridge height still sits below the property which you can see there on the left, number 36A, but it's higher than number 34 to the right. It's my assessment that the proposal, although it is larger, would not represent overdevelopment. I think that it's my opinion that it would sit comfortably within the street scene, and actually I think it would be an enhancement in terms of what's there at the moment.
And final question, in relation to the solar panels and also the daylight, the BRE guidance that was being referred to that had 25-degree pitch on it, I'm referring to that as guidance. Sorry, I'll start again. The letter that the neighbours provided from consultants that referred to a 25-degree line of impact from the centre point of their window and cross-reference the BRE. Is that guidance or is that something mandatory? And could you just explain our thinking in relation to that just a little bit more clearly? I know we've covered that slightly, but just a bit more. And then also in relation to the solar panels, we've used a 45-degree line. Now, my understanding, solar panels locally most optimally would be on a 35-degree pitch for the panel, which would suggest that the sunlight line coming in towards them is 55 degrees. I was just wondering whether, therefore, in relation to that, 45 is being conservative, or whether we've got any particular information that enables us to use 45, and how all that sits, please, in relation to those two aspects, please, Verity. Thank you.
So you're right, the BRE is guidance. What I would say, and I think I've reiterated it here today, is that I do think there will be a loss of light and outlook to those two side windows, but that's mitigated by the fact that they're secondary windows, and also the fact that the dwelling will be sited further away predominantly than where the existing dwelling is. So it's my assessment that that it will have an acceptable impact, the replacement dwelling, and you're correct that the BRE is guidance, it's not sort of law. In terms of the solar panels, I think I've tried to sort of set out in as much detail as I can within the committee report, and I think the main reason the developers provided that plan with the 45 degrees is because that's where it intersects with the highest pitch of the roof. So that's why we've got that particular angle detailed on there to show the clearance. Obviously, you have to take into account the surrounding buildings, the location of the solar panels, the fact that they're located quite close to the front of the building. The solar panel array does not span the full sort of side of their roof. It's very much located to the front. The south, obviously, is the front from Dunstone Park Road. Although I acknowledge there may be sort of minor impacts in terms of operational capacity, I wouldn't consider that to constitute a reason for refusal on the basis of all the information we have presented in front of us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was very comprehensive answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Strang.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms Clark, again, thank you for a very comprehensive officer's report. Something was alluded to in the presentation we just had, and to my fellow councillor here, the separating wall, which appeared on the side of the terrace with a big white block on the photograph we were shown. I hadn't quite appreciated that in anything we had discussed earlier, so I just wondered whether that consideration had been taken into account. And the second thing that was alluded to was the potential for customers at a spa, if you like, on the ground floor, would that require some sort of commercial planning permission, should that be the case?
So in terms of use as a commercial spa, that would need planning permission for a change of use. So as I said, we need to consider the application that's in front of us, and there's not anything to suggest otherwise than that it is a single dwelling and they would like those facilities to use for their own purposes. In terms of the wall, I've just got up, hopefully, yeah, it's back on here. I was a little bit unclear where they're highlighting that wall. I think they were just showing that as being the side of the replacement dwelling. So it would be the east elevation. So you can see, as I said, we are extending further into the rear garden by, was it 1.3?
Sorry, I think this was towards the front where the new terrace is, between the property and the end of the terrace.
Right, okay. So that's detailed here on the west elevation. I think the key thing to consider and to remember is, it's helpful when you look at the dotted outline, is that level, which is at first floor level now on this replacement dwelling, is the existing terrace level. So in effect, we would have a wall which sits slightly above where that existing terrace is with the existing balustrading. So I wouldn't consider that to have any greater impact on the amenity of number 36A than what is currently in that location, just because of the existing heights of that terrace and the orientations between the two properties.
Okay, thank you very much.
Another question then, Councillor Fox.
It's just the last time I did ask 4 on a run, so I can understand why it was a bit overwhelming. My last one, I don't think you answered it, which was on the view that was put by the applicants that the existing building has a low thermal envelope. Have you got a comment on that either way?
Yeah, sorry if I didn't answer that. My apologies. So we do consider sustainability within the committee report, so that's within section 7. So what I did ask was for a supporting statement to be provided by the applicant, really because we'd like confirmation on why they were looking to demolish the existing property. So as part of that, they stated, it's on page 49 of the committee report, that the existing dwelling's in poor condition, it's got a very poor thermal envelope, and due to its single-storey layout has an extremely high form factor, which is the ratio of enclosed floor area to external surface area, which further compounds the issue of heat loss. So the ground floor level is set some 5 metres above the street, and then again they were saying there about the steps being unavoidable. So I think really that's what the applicant has put forward in their supporting statement, and they've sort of set out why they believe the replacement dwelling will be improvements in terms of the form factor and how it utilises sort of orientation, making sure there's more glazing, particularly I guess on the south and less on the north, where you'd be more likely to lose that, which is reflected in the design that we've got in front of us.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Tolchard, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms Clark. You've got very detailed conditions, and I mean, clearly the site is going to see a lot of excavation, which will cause quite a lot of disruption. So your construction management plan that you're requiring is very detailed, which I assume that you probably have not got that yet, but were the application to be approved, you would expect that to be forthcoming quite quickly in order to allow construction and excavation to go ahead.
Yes, so that's listed as condition number 1. And importantly to note that it starts with no development shall take place, including any works of demolition, until the construction management plan's been provided. And really because we need that from the outset, as you allude to, there's limited parking on the site. There's going to be a lot of excavation as part of this application, so we need to ensure that neighbour amenity is retained as best as way as possible. And what we would look to do is ensure that construction management plan is in place prior to any of the works taking place.
Thank you very much. Thank you for confirming that. It's important. Thank you.
Councillor Billings, go ahead.
Sorry, Chair, for one further question. Ms Clark, I'm just wondering whether we can ascertain and expand on the answer you gave to Councillor Strang, please. Is it possible on this to zoom in on anything, or does the technology allow us to do so? Because I think if we were to zoom in on the drawing on the right-hand side, which shows the south elevation, we could see the height of the wall that I think was just being shown. Now, I think, colleagues, that if you look at, you can see what appears to be a very thin line going across in black, which is the height of the, looks like the height of the top of the glass balustrading. On the left-hand side of that drawing, this is clear if you've got the drawing on your screen rather than on this, 3/4 of the way between that and the height of the first floor line, shown in white across where the number 7's pointing to. On the left-hand side, you can just see a point where you can see the top of that wall. I'm not sure whether Miss Clark, whether we can point to the bit I'm referring to. It's just where the fence comes across. So you see the fence in dark grey, members. Mm-hmm. As that comes across into that wall, the line continues just there. And I believe that's the height of the wall that was being referred to by the speaker. Now, I recall walking onto that terrace earlier today. It was just as we were leaving the site visit. And in fairness, I think I'm understanding the point as it's being made, is that compared to the height of the boundary structure as current, that wall will be higher. Is that your understanding, please, Miss Clark?
Yeah, let me just see if I can bring up a photo of the front of the site. So, is that the best one I've got? I'm afraid I don't have any stood on the actual balustrading. You can see it runs around here, but I believe that it will be slightly higher than that existing sort of bottle balustrading that we've got already enclosing that terrace.
Thank you. My recollection is the height of the vegetation when you were stood on the patio was about 1.5 metres, 1.2 metres off the height, and I think this wall will be sort of higher, 1.8. So without focusing on the extent of the increase in height, would it be fair to say that there will be an increase in height?
Yes, I think it's fair to say there's going to be an increase in height in what's there at the moment.
And did any of the evolution of the design process, did that change that in any way, or was that not an area of focus that came up in early stage representations from objectors that we've asked the applicant to respond to, please?
In all honesty, I can't remember exactly if that's a response to neighbouring comments. I do think I requested that we had some form of screening or wall along there, just to make sure that if we were at any point to lose that vegetation, there wouldn't then be sort of intervisibility from that front boundary onto the front of that neighbouring property at 36A. It was just to help ensure that it would be indefinitely screened between the two properties, because obviously we can't rely on vegetation being there permanently.
Thank you, Chair.
So unless I hear there are more questions, can we move into debate? We're almost there. We will move into debate. Would anyone like to kick off? Councillor Brooke.
Yes, colleagues. So initially I had some concerns with the neighbouring property in the bedroom that doesn't have secondary windows. I stood at the back of the building though, and looking at the plans, I felt that there wasn't an unacceptable loss of light. But I was very interested to hear the discussions that have been had with the developer as it's progressed to now, to actually see what has changed from where it was to where it is now. So on that basis, I'm now content with that particular specific issue.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Anyone else wish to speak on this application? Councillor Billings.
I think, Chair, I'm referring quite a bit to some photographs I took on site, which have assisted my thinking through on this quite a bit. If I was to stand on that patio at the moment, my understanding is if I was to look right, the boundary structures are relatively low, and so that would be in my eye line would be 36A. But if I was to look left, so across number 34, the boundary structure, my understanding, would be higher. That's what I recall. So in other words, the introduction of the wall that we were just discussing would only reflect on one side of the property a higher boundary structure that's already present in many respects on the other side of the property. And I think you can see on the screen the higher boundary structure I'm referring to on the other side. I do have a slight issue about that. I'm not fully resolved on that aspect. But overall, stepping back, I think that the process that this application's gone through is very successful. We've started through an application that I don't think we would have been able to have supported. I don't think the drawings were something that addressed all of the concerns that had been raised. Officers have worked for a considerable length for a 2-year period, I think we heard, with the applicant. The application's gone on a very long time. Okay, yeah, not brilliant perhaps, but through that process we've got some designs that are a lot more sensitive and have responded quite extensively to the comments that have been raised. I actually think, stepping back and looking at it, and I can appreciate it. If I lived next door to this on either side, there will be a very significant period of inconvenience when very extensive excavation works take place, and I can very much appreciate that for a period that would impact on my day-to-day living if I was living either side of this property. But if one was to get past that stage, I would have thought that actually what's there is an improvement on what's current. It seems to me that a considerable amount of money has been spent by the applicant in terms of getting a very high quality design. What's proposed in terms of what I see in the drawings is a very considered proposal for the site, and yes, it is reasonably large. I don't take that away. But if I was to look up and down the road, I don't think it will be any more prominent than some of the other properties that I'm already seeing, particularly number 36A, which will have a considerable higher ridge line going forwards than the higher ridge line now proposed on this site compared to what's current. So I do understand, if I lived either side, that I would not be looking forward to the building process of this because of the extent of the works that would be undertaken. But overall, I think what's there, I don't think it's out of character for the site, and I think in the whole, I think it will make a positive contribution. That was my view, members. In relation to the solar panels, I do understand if I'd spent money putting solar panels on the roof of my property, I would want to ensure that someone didn't didn't interfere with their effectiveness by doing something next door. But equally, doing the best I can to assess that, the optimal angle for solar panels, I've got solar panels on my own property, the optimal angle for solar panels is 35 degrees. The reason it is you're trying to capture the sun at right angles. Now, right angles from 35 degrees, if you then do some basic trigonometry, the angle that you're looking at coming down is an angle of 55 degrees. The information that Ms. Clark's used is 45 degrees. So we've been precautionary. We've used a more conservative approach than I would have suggested the majority of the sunlight's captured. So I think that so on the basis that it didn't seem to show an impact at the 45 degree line, it certainly wouldn't show an impact on a 55 degree line. So therefore I wasn't persuaded that there'd be a substantial impact on the solar panels, even if one got to the position that there was an impact at all. In relation to the windows, Chair, I'd be interested to see what other members thought, because I think that's sort of something that I could be persuaded either way on.
Any other members, any comments on the windows and the light coming in through the windows, secondary windows areas? Or any debate of any sort? Yep, Councillor Paignton.
I think in this application, clearly we've got something that's been submitted that a lot of effort and painstaking detail has gone into, and clearly the applicant is someone who has worked with officers and the authority to develop this application over a very long time, and in the course of questions and debates we've kind of meandered between different amenity issues. But listening to that, I wasn't able to make the site visit this morning, regrettably, but listen, I don't think any one of those potential amenity issues would even the windows would bring us to a point that we wouldn't be able to support this. So I'm just thinking, thinking critically, if we were minded to refuse, what grounds would there be? And I can't think of any, which therefore lends itself to the obvious conclusion that actually we should probably support this. Again, I'm still open-minded, but if I hear anything else, then I'll consider that. But as it stands, I haven't heard any of these amenity issues that were discussed at some length are so severe that would warrant us not approving this application.
Very good. Is that we're close to a motion then? Would you like to move?
If there's no other debate, I'd be happy to move approval as per the recommendation in the officer's report.
Thank you very much. And that's Councillor Brooke also here for seconding. And we're actually going to have a vote this time. So hands up if you are in support of this application, please.
Recommendation in the officer report?
Absolutely, in accordance
yes,
with the... thank you very much. Yeah. Unanimous again, thank you. And we're going to take a 10-minute break at this point, comfort break. So the time is now 8 o'clock. We're going to be returning here 8:10. Thank you very much. Yes. Shall we begin to retake our seats, please? And we're going to release Councillor Strang, who has got an interest in this last item. Thank you, Councillor Strang. Have a good evening. So if everyone's ready, are we all here? Yep. I'm going to move on to... Hi, can we sit? I'm going to move on to item 7 on the agenda. This is to consider an application for Hotel Virginia, Falkland Road, Torquay, application number P/2023/0868. The clerk has confirmed those who've registered to speak, but before they do so, I'm going to ask Mr. Scott Jones, please, to introduce this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the site sits between Falkland Road and Lime Avenue, just west of the junction of Falkland Road with Belgrave Road, as outlined in red. And it holds a single building that dates from the late Victorian period, originally being a pair of semi-detached dwellings. The application seeks full planning permission for the demolition of the existing building and redevelopment of the site to provide 14 apartments within a 4-storey building with parking to the rear for 14 spaces and integrated waste and storage and cycle storage. This slide shows the key policy context in terms of the Torbay local plan. The site is just about here. The multiple red lines show the boundaries of conservation areas. Here the site sits at an access point of 3 conservation areas, being within 1 and immediately adjacent to 2. These conservation areas are designated heritage assets. To the south of the site, across Falkland Road, the green shaded area identifies the designated core tourism investment area. And to the east and north, the blue shaded area identifies local shopping areas. As detailed in a committee report, the site lies within the Tor Conservation Area, and this slide shows one of the key maps contained within the adopted Tor Conservation Area character appraisal. The building, again, just here, is coloured yellow, which identifies it and adjacent buildings as key buildings. There's a similar map that also identifies the building as a building part of an important building group, normally of a similar date or character or frontage detail. Leading from this information, within the adopted character appraisal, the building itself is considered a non-designated heritage asset within the designated heritage asset that is the Tor Conservation Area. The buildings to the east and west within adjacent conservation areas hold similar references in terms of being key buildings. In terms of the Torquay neighbourhood plan, the policies map identifies a similar context in terms of the adjacent tourism area within the sort of aqua coloured line here, this being the site, and also identifies local green spaces in the area, Torbay to the south, for example, and the blue line represents playing fields. So this slide shows an aerial view of the site and its surrounding context. Yeah, the site is a relatively large rectangular plot set between a Victorian villa form to the left, which is just here to the west, and some principal terracing development to the east along Belgrave Road. To the south, it has a prominent frontage to Falkland Road, which is a busy central road connecting the seafront and the town centre. And there is a mix of soft landscaping and hard patio landscaping as well. To the north of the building, within the plot, there is a parking area accessed via Lime Avenue to the rear, which is a short spur road with no through route. Turning to the existing building, as mentioned, it dates from the late Victorian period and was originally a pair of semi-detached dwellings. Its scale is 2 to 3 stories, with 2 stories predominantly rendered and the upper floor set within a slate-tiled, multi-gabled roof. Just another view of the front principal elevation. looking eastwards towards Belgrave Road, just showing the building in its context a little bit more. And also a view of the rear of the building and the site. Obviously in the foreground here we have the expanse of parking, and to the rear there's some wraparound flat roofs extensions to the sides as well. And then you get to the older Victorian form, you've got the subservient rear wings here, and then the principal higher element of the building which fronts Falkland Road. To the right hand side here, this white elevation is the property of Cherry Trees, which is referenced in the report. And in the foreground is the walled garden to that property. So this is an aerial view of the plot and the building, obviously showing the sort of stepped building mass and form from the rear. And just mentioned, as I say, that's the elevation of Cherry Trees and its outdoor amenity space here. So this is just an existing layout of the plot. Obviously, this includes the single-storey extensions to the rear. Here you have the subservient rear wings, and then the principal element. Just a couple of slides showing the existing accommodation. So its use is a 25-room hotel with reception, bar, dining and kitchen facilities at ground floor. 25 guest rooms across the 3 floors, 16 of which are double and 9 single, and a manager's flat at the lower ground floor. These are the 2 main floors, which are the ground and first floors, which hold the bulk of the accommodation. Here's just got the lower ground floor, which is on the eastern side of the plot, basically with the usable space, and the roof story, which is contained at the front of the building, where it's slightly higher. So this is an existing elevation from Falkland Road, showing its principal elevation. So you just barring some window alterations, just holding its general symmetry of the pair of semi-detached properties. And moving on to a side elevation here, just again looking at the building's stepped form as it goes from front to back. And to the rear again, just looking at, say, a mix of the modern single-storey extensions here and say multi-roofed stepped form as well, and then the other side elevation. So as mentioned, this is a full application for the demolition of the existing building and redevelopment to provide 14 apartments. The development presents a 4-storey building with parking for 14 cars towards the rear here, and waste storage in the lower ground floor of the eastern elevation here. The grey dotted line you might be able to see is the footprint of the existing building here. So principally sits on a relatively similar footprint to the proposed. And as I mentioned in the report, the accommodation will present 8 2-bedroom apartments and 6 1-bedroom apartments. In terms of the proposed elevation, just going up through the floors of the building, at the lower ground floor we have the waste storage and plant space, which will provide access off to the side service lane. And then at ground floor, as with the 2 floors above it, you've got 4 units arranged quite symmetrically around, say, front and rear access point at ground floor. Just moving up with a mixture, as I said, of 1 and 2 bedroom properties. Most of these have small terraces or balcony features. And then the uppermost floor, where you have 2 apartments with terraces to the front and the rear. So moving on to the elevations and the building form. So it's a flat roof, modern contemporary building with a mixed palette of stone at the ground floor, 2 stories of render, and a cladded upper roof story. So staggered building lines to the front and the sides. And the glazing, certainly to the front elevation, is relatively uniform and vertical in its emphasis. This is proposed side elevation, which you'll be looking from sort of Belgrave Road towards the building. So Falkland Road on your left here. And you've got the access to the lower ground floor waste area here. And obviously a slightly more mixed window arrangement. And then obviously it said the balcony feature off the rear elevation here. It's like a system. Moving on to the rear elevation. Obviously, we do have a dotted line of the existing building here, so this is the high point of the existing building, which then drops down to the rear wings, which come along to this point, presents a similar sort of building line to the edge of the plot. So this is the other side elevation, so this is the side facing cherry trees. Again, we've got a similar window arrangement as just seen, rear balconies again. And in terms of the proposed drainage, there's going to be a controlled discharge to the public sewer, which has been at 2 points through both the front of the building will access the sewer to Falkland Road, and then the rear part of the building and the car parking area will connect to the sewer that runs along the service lane. There is a proposed landscaping scheme here with a number of small tree species and lawn towards the front of the building. The blue presents hedging, proposed hedging, and there's some areas of green roofing on the building here, shown in the mid-green. So moving on to the key issues. Firstly, in terms of the principle, as detailed in the committee report, the broad principle of the residential use for the site is supported, considering the brownfield character of the site and its central urban location. The loss of holiday use is not a concern where the site sits outside the nearby designated core tourism area and where the current holiday facilities are not considered to be a major facility. Public comments largely support the principle of moving to a residential use. In terms of heritage and design, as detailed in the committee report, the existing building is deemed a positive element within the conservation area, with a distinctive form and intrinsic historic materials and characteristics. The loss of the building and the subsequent form of its replacement is considered to present harm to the designated heritage assets, the 3 conservation areas, and would lead to a total loss of the current building's significance as a non-designated heritage asset. Historic England, the Victorian Society and the Council's Historic Environment Officer disagree with the applicant's conclusions on the current building's heritage value, and as concluded, the proposals are considered counter to a number of design and heritage-based policies within the development plan and counter to advice contained within the MPPF in terms of considering proposals that impact heritage assets. The concluded harm to heritage assets is considered a clear reason for refusal, and as such, the presumption in favour of sustainable development is considered to be disengaged for this particular application for housing in accordance with paragraph 11.D1 of the MPPF. Public comments are quite mixed, with both support and objection to the loss of the current building and the form of the proposed building. In terms of amenity, regard is necessary for the living environment of future occupants and the future relationship of the development with adjacent plots and neighbouring occupants. The scheme is considered to provide a good standard of accommodation for future occupiers, presenting adequately sized units with good levels of light and outlook in a sustainable location. However, in terms of adjacent occupiers, as detailed in the report, the development is concluded to present undue harm to the amenity afforded the occupiers of cherry trees to the west, by reason of loss of outlook and light to the facing first floor room and loss of outlook and light to the outdoor amenity space adjacent. For these reasons, the proposal is considered contrary to the aims and objectives of the relevant policies within the development plan and guidance contained within the MPPF on amenity. Public comments raise some concern on construction impacts. However, any impacts are short-term and can be managed through agreeing appropriate working practices. In terms of highways and movement, the proposal delivers one-for-one parking for 14 units, which meets the development plan expectations, but doesn't deliver visitor parking. Cycle and scooter parking are also delivered, and the parking is supported by electric charging points. With all matters considered, it's deemed that development is acceptable on highways and movement grounds, as the development is in a sustainable location with adequate car and cycle parking facilities. Public comments raise concern on parking impacts. However, the level of car parking is considered adequate in a central location, which offers opportunity for non-car-based movement choices as well. In terms of ecology, there is limited ecological value to the site, and subject to planning conditions to possibly frame operational and construction outcomes, the proposal would be considered acceptable on ecology and biodiversity grounds. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the proposal provides betterment by replacing the existing uncontrolled discharge to the public sewer with a managed discharge. The proposal is considered acceptable on flood risk grounds and is supported by the Council's drainage officer. In terms of low carbon and climate change, the application is supported by an energy statement and the ambitions stated are supported. The development is considered adequately aligned with development policies within the development plan. And finally, in terms of secured by design, the application package is absent of specific detail on security, crime and disorder beyond passing note to the development's passive surveillance benefits. In the context, it's deemed that it would be necessary to secure further detail through condition to ensure compliance with development plan policies. So concluding with the recommendation to members, as detailed within the committee report, the recommendation is one of refusal for reasons of 1, the development by reason of the demolition of the existing building and the layout, height, massing and detailed design of the proposed development would fail to preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the Tor conservation area, which would result in harm to the designated heritage asset, would harm the setting of the Belgravia conservation area and Tormowen conservation area, and would lead to the loss of the current building's significance as a non-designated heritage asset. As such, the development is considered contrary to paragraphs 135, 139, 195, 203, 205, 208, 209 and 212 of the MPPF and policies SS10, SS11 and D1 of the Torbay local plan and policy TH8 of the Torquay neighbourhood plan and the requirements of section 72 of the Planning, Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990. And reason 2, the development, by reason of the additional height and massing of the proposed building adjacent to the western boundary with cherry trees, would adversely impact the amenities of adjacent residents, resulting in undue loss of outlook and light to the property's amenity space and internal accommodation. As such, a development is considered contrary to paragraph 135 of the MPPF and policies SS11, DE1 and DE3 of the Torbay local plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I now call Miss Margaret Forbes-Hamilton to step forward from Torquay Neighbourhood Forum. You're going to speak for 5 minutes, and the clerk will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to reiterate the comments already provided in the forum, having written to the Planning Department. This consultee response has been reviewed and agreed by the steering group of the Torquay Neighbourhood Plan Forum. While the forum recognises the need to address this building and the site on which it sits, given that it is currently unoccupied, has been the source of significant antisocial behaviour and is in a significant state of disrepair, we have concerns about the application given that it proposes a full demolition and modern replacement for the site. We acknowledge that this scheme would provide housing on a brownfield site within easy reach of many amenities, aligning it with some policies in both the local plan and Torquay neighbourhood plan. We also commend the developer for his provision within the plans for outside space and balconies for the properties. However, Both the local plan and the Torquay neighbourhood plan make it clear in policies TO2 and TT2 that there will be resistance to the demolition of heritage buildings and a preference for restoration to preserve and enhance our historic environment and conservation areas. We also find that the scheme as presented is non-compliant with Torquay neighbourhood plan policy TH8 relating to established architecture. We note that Historic England have also objected to the application, quoting additional relevant information that should, in our view, be taken into account. We do welcome schemes that come forward that will provide housing on brownfield sites, thus reducing the need to build on green space, and in areas where there is already access to community infrastructure and facilities, but we do need to be absolutely sure that the building cannot be saved and adapted to achieve a similar desired outcome. The condition survey of 12th of September 2023 indicates that the building is unviable for consideration to rebuild or refurbish, that it has not been used as a hotel for more than 12 months, and is in an increasing state of dilapidation. Were the committee minded to approve the scheme on the basis of this condition survey carried out on behalf of the developer, we would acknowledge that the plans for apartments appear to be in proportion to the surrounding buildings and would provide good quality accommodation and off-road parking. The inclusion of solar panels, sedum roof and well-landscaped grounds are also welcome. The only criticism would be that the uppermost level would be more appropriate if it was slate rather than zinc. There is slate on the mansard roof immediately opposite, and the adjacent Victorian buildings all have slate roofs. However, the question must be asked, are the plans considerate of the surrounding architecture? Or will this lead to a further degradation of it, given that there have been some other recent developments allowed prior to the adoption of the current local plan and Torquay neighbourhood plan that will probably not be compliant with policies were they to come forward today? In another location, this scheme may well be welcomed, but we have to be mindful of those policies that relate to heritage, conservation and design that are certainly relevant here and must be given due consideration. On balance, the Forum would accept your refusal of this planning application for the reasons as stated above, and a request that the developer comes up with a revised scheme that reflects our concerns and those given in the comprehensive and independent advice by Historic England. In addition, if the committee are minded to refuse this application,
1 minute remaining.
We would also expect the local authority to use powers open to it to ensure that the current appearance and condition of the site are addressed, given the detrimental harm that it is having on the local area and on those residents living in the proximity of the building. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Margaret Forbes-Hamilton. And finally, I'm going to call Mr. Daniel Metcalfe and Mr. Brett Powers to address this meeting in support of the application. Please be aware you've got a combined total of 5 minutes to speak, and the clerk will let you know when you have a minute remaining.
Thank you, councillors, once again. I think the main issue here, notwithstanding reason for refusal 2 as put forward, which was somewhat of a surprise to me, to be honest, I think the main issue is the removal of this building in favour of something new on this site. We do note the comments from Historic England and your conservation officer. However, I hope you will also note the many letters of support from people that live very, very close to this property, who are fed up with the eyesore, and who themselves do not regard this building as a, quote, heritage asset. In fact, they are bewildered by that moniker. If you look at the plans that Scott tabled a while ago of your 2007 and 2004 conservation areas, the number of yellow buildings, key heritage assets, outstrips the number of white ones in there. And given that lots of our conservation areas are also in the town centre, where can developers put buildings on brownfield sites? The owner who's here has invested thousands of pounds already in trying to bring this building up to code, but the serious and irrevocable defects within the building mean that's not realistic. Previous owners have submitted planning applications to massively alter and extend this building that demonstrates that hotel use has not been a realistic option for a long time as well. The building has leaks, dry rot, wet rot, structural issues, which relate to the chronic underinvestment which happened during previous ownerships. The many poor quality extensions also leave very little of the late Victorian fabric left on show. We absolutely understand it is incumbent on all of us in society to preserve our collective built heritage. But we must also consider when other factors mean pure preservation can no longer be a realistic option. We cannot simply say that just because something is old, it demands preservation, and that is not what policy and precedent requires. We appreciate that the loss of a building in a conservation area is a tough decision for you. But preserving the past is only one of modern society's needs. If we cannot redevelop an unlisted, much altered, highly defective, rotten old building where the great majority of near neighbours support its removal, where can we deliver the high quality new homes on brownfield sites that Torbay is so in need of? This application sacrifices a building with no viable future, in our opinion, to deliver on some of those wider important objectives. The new flats will be low energy, they will have full disabled access throughout, they will create modest yet high quality homes of the type needed by people who want to work, perhaps at the hospital a short cycle ride away, or within the centre of town itself. The design has the same vertical scale as adjacent buildings, but it seeks an uncompromisingly modern aesthetic, an aesthetic relevant to its current era, which is just like the Victorians did when they built great swathes of Torbay. I hope you'll consider these points. Over to Brett Powers.
We never bought Hotel Virginia with the intention of using it as a hotel. It had failed as a one-coach coaching hotel. They only work on volume, and the previous owners were happy to sell it as quickly as they could, as they were worn out after 20 years from trying to make it profitable and had invested nothing in it. We purchased the hotel to house staff during the pandemic, but quickly realised that it was just going to be a money pit. It was and is not viable as a hotel, and it is not financially viable to convert it into apartments. They would end up as a dog's dinner of cramped, poor quality flats. Most of the building is made up of 1960s additions with leaking roofs.
1 minute remaining.
It is not insulated and it is falling apart. Having invested millions into our other hotel properties, we know what works. A conversion will not work. It will end up with awful bedsits and small flats, and I don't want to be a slum landlord. In our view, the only option is to build a modern block of apartments that will meet modern standards. The planning officer rejected this idea, but all the neighbours support it. The main objector lives miles away, including one objector, the self-appointed Torbay Heritage Trust, who has put in 5 separate objections. Why he should hold more sway than the locals who want this development, I do not know. Refusal grounds 2 seem a bit bizarre. The cherry trees have not opposed the development and is northeast of the new building, so there is limited or no loss of light. I therefore ask you, in fact I implore you, to approve the planning application and let us build good quality apartments and avoid this site becoming a complete blight on the local neighbourhood, attracting antisocial behaviour and disrupting lives of all the locals and businesses that live and work near it and support our proposal.
Thank you both, Mr Metcalfe and Mr Powers, for your words. And that concludes representations from our registered speakers. And I'd like to thank you for speaking at this committee and assure you that your words have been heard. So now it's a turn for members to ask their questions. Please may I remind members that your questions should cover matters not already covered in the officer's presentation. Is there anyone with a first question? Councillor Verdi, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a question for Rob Palmer. We've heard about the dilapidation of the building, the dry rot, wet rot, water leaking, pigeon infestation. Now, can this building be restored, refurbished, with all those problems it has? Or is demolition the only way to begin it anew?
Thank you. I believe the building is structurally sound, so there are many issues with it, as you've just listed, but it being structurally sound would mean to me that you could convert it. It would be a matter of viability.
And conversion, as it stands, how many apartments do you think could be built there?
I wouldn't have an answer to that question, I'm afraid. I would say that we'd have to consider the proposals in front of you. So I can't put a conjectural number on the amount of apartments that would be possible if we were to convert that. That would be subject to a separate scheme, separate pre-app, separate plan application to explore that number.
But you say it can be refurbished.
I would say if it's structurally sound, you can use the existing structure to convert, would be my conclusion from that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Fox, thank you very much.
Just following on from Councillor Verdi, it's a similar question, but in terms of refurbishment, I suppose one thing is it possible structurally? Another question is it possible in terms of viability? That would be my first question. My second one is it just comes underneath the 15 dwelling threshold for affordable housing that we have in our current planning policies. And we hit this problem a number of times and Torbay's got a desperate housing need. So my question is, in the view of the planning officers, do they consider the 14 dwellings an artificial restriction on securing affordable housing? And my final question is, could the harmful impact on the living conditions of nearby cherry tree be overcome with by design? Thank you.
In terms of the affordable housing numbers, it doesn't appear that it's the proposals are purposeful under development of the site. So I wouldn't say that it's a number that's obviously manufactured one way or another. In terms of cherry trees, I think it would be a matter of looking at the proximity and relationship and the height of the proposal in terms of resolving an acceptable relationship. But there would be a solution there, I would suggest.
Have you any idea what that solution might be?
No, it would involve possibly moving the building lines, providing greater breathing space between the two plots, and possibly looking at the height.
Councillor Billings, I think you and before actually, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for a really comprehensive report, just like Ms. Clark did earlier. I'm afraid I'm using the search function on my mobile phone, so I can't give you the page number, but at the bottom of the section headed up Torbay Council Strategic Planning, just above the heading Highways Authority, open bracket, Swissco, no objection. In the penultimate in the consultees section. Page 64. Page 64, penultimate paragraph. The paragraph starting up weighing up the planning balance. Weighing up the planning balance, the benefits will need to be weighed against heritage on the design and design considerations. Impact on heritage assets is a footnote 7 matter that can constitute a clear reason for refusal under paragraph 11D1 of the MPPF. Cross-referencing footnote 7 of the MPPF, my understanding is that protection was given to designated heritage assets. Would that be correct, please?
Yes, so I was just reading the footnote. So yes, it's various things, including designated heritage assets.
Is this building designated?
The conservation area that it sits within, and the two conservation areas that it forms part of the setting of are designated heritage assets. The building itself is a non-designated heritage asset.
So when we're assessing that, we're requiring the impact on the conservation area to be substantive enough to have that level of impact affecting the area as a whole. Is that the way I should be considering this, please?
Yes, in terms of the designated heritage assets, and it's the cumulative of the harm, not just the conservation area that it sits in itself.
And Mr. Palmer, in relation to describing the building, you were earlier explaining to me in very clear and concise terms what the quality of the fabric of the original building that you saw was. To assist me again, and to assist those people looking at this meeting who may not have appreciated it firsthand, could you go through that, please?
Yes, of course. So I would say it is tired looking. It has been butchered to a degree in regards to its former hotel use, but elements of the original Victorian form are quite clear. There is historic fabric remaining within the building. A lot of its more visually prominent features, such as windows, have been changed, and that can sometimes mask the quality of the building. But there are elements that do remain that make a positive contribution. Its form is actually quite interesting, and actually it's quite rare for that area. When you look at kind of Belgrave Road, it's kind of Italian, more kind of polite architecture around it. It's different in regards to its form, which denotes its kind of speculative infill development west of Belgrave Road, and it's kind of that physical embodiment of that development of the former landscape grounds of what was the Carey estate in that area. And the emergence of Torquay as a fashionable place to live. So people were kind of saying that we want to build, we want to fit things in and live here. So in that sense, it's not typical of the villas you would find in that area and elsewhere in Torquay. So to that degree, it is kind of locally, has a rarity to it, and then has some surviving fabric, and its form is still easily readable as a late Victorian pair of semi-detached dwellings. So in that sense, it has a degree of heritage value, I've argued.
And final question, Chair. In relation to the previous application, I think we explored how the evolution of the design process led us to a design that was a lot better than the original one that came through. Could yourself with your colleagues talk me through whether through the pre-app process this has gone through a similar design evolution, part one, and then part two, whether you think that this design if the committee were minded to get to the place where we needed a replacement building, do you feel this building responds to the site in terms of the constraints? For example, the setback distance from the road, the heights, the appearance, etc., please.
Yeah, so firstly, obviously, as stated in the report, it has gone through a pre-application process. I would say that submission focused a lot on the principle of removing the building or not, and options around that. It hasn't evolved or didn't include a design review process as part of that, so it's absent of that potential element of design exploration, but yeah, the pre-app itself was sort of loaded principally on the retention or not of the building.
And then with regards to design and how you respond to its context, I think it's very important when you look at this site that actually almost every elevation has a degree of prominence. So your front, your rear, your side, all of them need to be of kind of a high visual interest. Because they are seen from all directions, from various heritage assets. You've got the three conservation areas, so it is very much seen in the round. So I think the design as it is, and we're not here to redesign something, we're here to kind of assess what we've got in front of us. It's possibly a little bit unrefined. If we can get over the the loss of the building, were that to be a possibility, I think in order to outweigh inevitable harm that would be caused to designated and non-designated heritage assets, you have to have something of really kind of high quality, almost kind of landmark status to kind of bring your public benefits above and beyond the harm that you potentially identify. So I think with this particular site, it doesn't just need to raise that design quality, that have a more refined approach to design and look at it within the round, and having a degree of visual interest on every single elevation. Look at scale, look at massing, look at where it sits within the site, and bring all those together to have an overall design that overall you could be comfortable with. And as Mr. Jones has alluded to, one way of doing that is to go through design review process, and that is something that could be considered were it to come in as a pre-app at a later stage.
Thank you, Chair.
I'd just like to insert a quick question before passing on to Councillor Paignton, who's waiting, because you mentioned that this house was placed as an infill back in time, and I wonder whether you could just sort of clarify whether that has any implication as far as materials or quality of the build are concerned. Thank you.
So I would say that the Victorians were quite good builders, actually. I think it has survived the test of time. I think it has suffered from hotel conversion. So its materials, from what you can tell from what's existing at the moment, are actually quite different to some of the kind of stucco buildings and the Italian buildings you find nearby. So that is why that kind of denotes its presence as an infill development there. Someone's come in, they bought the plot, an individual builder, and has built that particular development there. Does that answer the question?
Thank you. Councillor Paignton.
Thank you, Chair. On this committee, we're sometimes reminded that if we are choosing to refuse something, we need to consider the likelihood of, or the likely outcome of any appeal, and whether something is our decision that we arrive at is defensible. What we don't want. Well, speaking personally, I don't like the system that overturns local decision making, but parking that, obviously we don't want awards costed against us for coming to a decision that we wouldn't be able to defend. This does strike me as, and I'll be happy to hear otherwise, but given the housing crisis in Torbay, and given what we've heard about the condition of the property, are we not at risk of not being able to defend this at an appeal stage if we were minded to follow the recommendation for refusal?
Obviously, the recommendation within the report is founded upon reasons for heritage, design and heritage impacts, and also for amenity impacts. Obviously, both are sound grounds in terms of planning. In terms of the heritage point, there is a consistent view across historic England, the Victorian Society, our own internal officers, in terms of the harm from both the loss of the building, but also through the form of the proposed building. So I would say that obviously, both of the reasons there are sound planning reasons in terms of the concern you've just raised.
Councillor Brooke, and then I'll come over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to go back to thinking about the demolition of the building. I mean, when I looked at the property myself, I have to say I thought, my goodness me, not going to swear on public will hear me. I was quite shocked in the state of it was. So I was very interested, Mr. Palmer, in your comments about how you feel the heritage value, which helps me a lot. So I want to just focus a bit on this issue of, is it feasible of retention? I believe Mr. Metcalfe commented about no viable future and I think he was referring to the property as it being restored rather than demolished and something else. And the developer mentioned about not viable to convert into apartments and not wanting bedsit. So in the question Councillor Billings mentioned, it was about the pre-application. Mr. Scott, you mentioned about there was a discussion around retention or not. So was this non-viability that's mentioned by the architect, was that discussed? I mean, did they do paperwork documentation showing it's not viable? Because the last thing I really want to do is go down an avenue which actually is not possible. You know, in the end of the day, we do need housing in the Bay. We urgently need housing. I've got some struggles with the current plan from a layout, mass, etc. within the conservation, but putting that aside, this demolition issue is very important. So I just want to clarify for certain that there wasn't figure work showing the non-viability, it was just say it's not viable. But thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, so the application has been party to a detailed viability assessment that considered either its current use or a viable conversion scheme that would sit comfortably with wider policy aspirations in terms of, residential amenity levels and potential development within the plot. So it hasn't gone through a detailed viability process such as that.
Anyone with further questions? Councillor Fox.
I'm still struggling with this one over a number of aspects. But maybe to give some assurance to Councillor Paignton as an ex-inspector, I think there is enough evidence here for the council not to have costs awarded against them, primarily because a number of other organisations, including Historic England, are supporting the council's stance. So I think we don't need to worry too much about that, and I wouldn't want that to in any way influence or shape our decision. I'm still struggling because we've got a massive housing crisis in Torbay, and we could in fact meet some of this, especially if in fact we could get some social housing out of it, which is, I don't know if that's perceived as a red herring or not, but I just feel it's an important consideration that we mustn't let go. This is a huge opportunity on a very sustainable site near bus routes, shops, facilities. I don't necessarily think having 14 cars parking spaces is as important or as sustainable on this site. And I, for one, would be very supportive if an application came in on this site which, in fact, gave us a few more dwellings to get over that threshold. I know we've discussed this before, but I just feel passionately about this. Thank you.
Mr. Catterall, you wanted to have a quick word.
I just want to say, through you, Madam Chairman, that the committee shouldn't focus on the issue of costs. I think they should just really consider the application before them and make the judgment on that. And as I said, it's not really an issue to focus on.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Billings.
Two quick questions, Chair. Just conscious that we need to move the meeting on. The first one, in relation to the affordable housing contribution, at the very start of the meeting, we approved the minute. At our last meeting, we considered the former Dairy Crest depot on Parkfield Road. Could officers just refresh my memory about how many affordable units we got in that development of 44, please?
So the Dairy Crest application, it was agreed through the viability process that there was 0 affordable housing.
Zero.
Could officers just refresh my memory about the amount of demolition that was involved before that development started on that site, and just assess it in broad terms compared to the quantum in this application. Is there more stuff on this site than there was on that one?
So it's slightly different context, as in it's a larger site. The buildings were quite de minimis for the scale of the site. There was a few ad hoc single-storey structures, fair bit of concrete coverage. There possibly was some potential contamination, small scale from historic uses. But yeah, there wasn't, in terms of demolition, there's quite small structures on a relatively large site.
Thanks, Chair. That was extremely helpful. And then final question. We heard from one of the speakers that lots of the letters of representation supporting the application came from close to the application site. Would that be a fair representation? It appears from me, having looked through the postcodes in relation to what I've heard since that point was raised, but I didn't try and cross-reference the geographies prior to the meeting. Would that be fair, please?
It wouldn't be unfair, correct.
Thanks, Chair.
So I'm keen to move this on to debate, but I think there may perhaps another couple of questions so that we can really try and figure out whether this application has legs. Thank you. Councillor Brooke.
Yeah, it's just one final one in light of what Councillor Billings said. I do remember the developer, Mr. Powell, said cherry trees hadn't opposed. I missed that, I must admit. Is that factually correct? Or?
Yeah, I believe that is correct. Okay. Obviously, as officers, we've got to look at the relationship for the life of the development. We don't know the circumstances of the current occupants, etc. So we do have to look at the relationship as we see it as professionals. And also sometimes planning, obviously technical drawings could be misunderstood by third parties, across the development proposal. So obviously the recommendation is as I see it.
Thank you.
Any last question? If not, we'll move on to debate now, please. And I would welcome a first speaker. So, Councillor Paignton.
Thank you, Chair. It won't surprise members when I say, I know we say this all the time, but this is really, really hard, this one is. I am the local ward councillor, which means obviously I know the ground very, very well indeed. And in Tormowen, and I'm sure a number of other wards, we've seen what can happen when, especially former hotel sites, fall to rack and ruin, and action is not, or development is not forthcoming, and we definitely don't want to see that here. Equally, we do have a housing crisis, and that's something and I know everyone else feels very strongly about, and that in terms of the need to do something about that. But also we are bound by policies as well in terms of conservation and preservation. This is slap bang in the middle of some conservation zones. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Because I think Councillor Brooks mentioned viability test earlier, and when we have an application where a developer says, well, I would love to meet my obligations for affordable housing, but it's just not viable, and then we have a independent viability assessment, which sure enough says the developer's right, and we don't have that here to refer to. It would be a shame if it'd be really, really useful if we did have that document actually, but we don't. And if we talk about viability, I think I'm right in saying we think about viability. Something might not be viable for that developer. Doesn't mean another developer can't come along and has a different way of working, a different business model that would make something viable in the future. And we know from what we've heard from the OSA that the structure of the building is sound, and I think that's a defining difference between this property and other properties. Like Blue Conifers is an example from Babacombe I can think of, where that did, I'm seeing some nods, but back in the day get demolished because it had fallen below a critical mass in terms of integrity, and that unfortunately I don't know. I'm not a developer, I'm not a builder, I don't know what is viable, what's not viable, but if these policies are to mean anything, then we have to give them some weight, and we can't easily dismiss them, no matter how attractive what's offered is. And what is offered on screen is attractive. But again, in our rush to see something or have something there, we can't throw out kind of the baby with the bathwater at the same time. And you know, the speakers talked about, you know, well, where can they develop? I would note that it's kind of lamentable that actually there are brownfield sites not a million miles away where planning consent has been given and the developer actually hasn't done anything with it. You know, so we mustn't get carried away thinking, wow, an application and it's going to be great, because obviously things go wrong, things don't happen. And in this particular case, we don't have the threshold met for that contribution towards affordable housing either. So, like I said, I'm still open on this, but all these things have to be balanced. But we can't ignore the fact that we have conservation and heritage policies to consider when we make these kind of decisions. That's all I'll say for now.
Councillor Billings.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Paignton, I entirely agree with your opening statement. In my eyes, this is the hardest application we've considered in this committee since I was elected in May. And although I've got in my mind what I think the answer is at this stage, it's a 59%. It's a 51% sure, and normally I would have a much greater level of clarity in my head about what the answer is. And I say that because I'm balancing two things. I totally take on board the professional advice in relation to what there is and could be in terms of the structure. We saw around it members earlier. It had been broken into by squatters. It was not very pleasant to be in the building. It was very dirty. It wasn't in the best condition, but the building itself was sound. As much as none of us really wanted to be in there, because it wasn't very pleasant, the building itself was sound, and you could see how it could be salvageable. The question is, what for? And the question is whether that would be viable given the need for housing. In my eyes, I can get my head round, if the right application came forward, the loss of the provision of tourism accommodation. I can get my head round the loss of the building. To me, this all turns on whether the proposal we have before us has a design quality sufficient enough to occupy such a prominent place within the conservation area and to justify the loss of a building which could be salvageable. And I'm considering in particular whether the new dwelling's position on the site is appropriate, whether its massing is appropriate, whether its design aesthetic broadly is right, has it sort of paid attention to appropriate details, is it sympathetic to its neighbours, or is it blocky? And how does it respond to any building line that presumably runs through the site in relation to whether development on one side is close to the road or on the other side set back? And then also more broadly in relation to whether the design itself, if it's contemporary, is a really good example of contemporary design that's appropriate and fits that location, or whether it looks like other contemporary designs we might have seen on other sites and it's just here's one I used earlier. And to me that's really where I think the main issue is, because whilst I do understand and do see, I must admit and be honest, I didn't fully appreciate it for myself without the benefit of the professional expertise that Mr. Palmer brought about the characteristics in the dwelling, and I think that's probably, if we're honest, that's possibly how quite a few of us lay members thought that didn't have the professional expertise that officers brought. To me it turns on the quality of the proposal in relation to the replacement dwelling that's proposed. That's where I would like to see whether chair members had thoughts on that.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Councillor Verdi is waiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I'm torn on this one, like a lot of my fellow councillors are. You know, Belgravia, you know, that area was modelled on Belgravia in London, and you only have to look around at the terraced houses, the roof lines, the architecture, the dormer windows. You know, it's a beautiful area if you just look around at what is around that Hotel Virginia. In my eyes, it's breaking those lines up. You know, we've got, I would say, you know, a fire-breathing Godzilla right in the middle of them, you know, waiting to destroy the line of the existing structures. You know, housing is critical in Torbay. We talk about social housing, we talk about affordable homes. You know, it's much needed. And if these are built, are they going to be affordable? You know, I drive around Torbay and, you know, half the time I don't have my eyes on the road. You know, I look at the architecture, the villas, and it's a beautiful place. And the time I've been in Torbay, I've seen wholesale destruction of villas, hotels, beautiful homes. And the fabric of Torbay is changing, with monstrosities being built within existing structures. And that does sadden me. And at the same time, it saddens me that there isn't enough housing here. And when permission is given, like it was touched on before, brownfield sites remain empty. You know, there isn't a will to provide or a pride to keep buildings within the fabric of Torbay. You know, so for me, I think, you know, trying to refurbish the existing one and provide homes within the existing structure of that building, for me, would be the way forward. But, you know, at the end of the day, 14 beds, and too often we hear of 14. I don't know if I'm being cynical or not, but 14 always seems to be the number. Why is that? You know, do we not want to provide anything more for the population of Torbay? So I would go back to the drawing board, see if this building is salvageable, keep the Victorian heritage, you know, in line with every other building there. It just doesn't fit in there. It's like the developer's gone, this is what we want here, this is what we're going to have. But for me, it doesn't work within that area. It's destroying the fabric along those streets. Thank you.
Councillor Billings.
Thanks, Chair. I think, unless Mr. Cattrall tells me differently, the fact that a different developer with permission on a brownfield site has chosen not to bring their site forward is not a reason that members could consider in any way in relation to this development, because clearly this is a different applicant, and the fact that another developer with consent hasn't brought theirs forward, we can't consider in any way. Can we, Mr. Cattrall?
To you, Madam Chairman, no, it doesn't seem to be at all relevant.
Okay, and I think to me, whilst I do understand that point, Councillor Verdi and colleagues, in terms of frustration, to me, I really struggle to see how it would be viable for this developer or this hotel owner, who's just happens to be the applicant in this case, a developer. I don't see how the conversion of that building is going to be viable. In order to bring it back to something that would be realistically a positive contribution to the conservation area, you'd have to take away quite a lot of later additions. And whilst I understand that there is a very attractive building hiding underneath, you would need a lot of investment, and I don't think the scale and quantum of the accommodation that you could fit within the existing structure, whilst the structural survey does indicate it still has, it's still stable, it's not in any way moving, there's a viable building there. I don't think it would be viable from a commercial perspective, and I think realistically we would be sitting in it here not positively contributing to the townscape. So to me, and then take the other aspect about the affordable housing, to me we're talking almost, if we're not too careful, about a different application other than the one we do have in front of us. So I think, to me, the discussion really has to come back to, in my eyes, I can accept the loss of the existing building. In my eyes, I can accept the loss of the holiday accommodation. In my eyes, the question must come back to, this application, is the quality of the design we have before us good enough or not? Because if it's not good enough, then we shouldn't be allowing it. And in my eyes, that question lies behind the officer recommendation we've got on screen in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Billings. Just my 2 pennies worth. I think this is in this application is in a very important location. It's on a major thoroughfare. I totally concur with what you've said about viability. I think it really does matter that what we choose is both viable and handsome. And the issue has to be whether this is the right application. It is the application in front of us, but we do have an option to give a message, but also we are weighing one application, and the other option is a vacant site and potentially more descent into slumminess. But that is my contribution to debate. And Councillor Pentney.
Thank you, Chair. With respect, Councillor Billings, I think you may have misunderstood, because when we're saying what I've said and colleagues have said is, and we're not, because as colleagues will know, I'm all for one always bringing the committee back to considering what's on the table, and I certainly did that when I was chair of this committee. But I think when we're talking about those sites, we're talking about them because, as you yourself suggested, if we were to pursue this, what's on offer, what the application looks like, has to be so exceptional or exceptional enough to offset the price to pay for it, i.e. the heritage harm. And in making that assessment of how far it goes, we have to look at the broader scale on what the perfect would look like, which would include affordable housing provision, what have you. So I think that's the reason why though we're not introducing a different application, we're talking about how we understand or what the standard is and what that looks like against a broader standard. And for me, and it's actually been really, really useful for you to talk in those terms, Councillor Billings, because I don't think what we have here, given everything we've heard, given what we've heard about the structure of the building, is so exceptionally good that it would warrant us disregarding a massive part of our heritage in Torquay. And in my ward, in Torbay, I have landlords come to me who want to install better windows for their tenants, but can't afford the wooden sash because it can't be PVCU. And if they do, this authority often comes down hard on those people. So I think it would be quite galling to people who are saying, well, you can't have a satellite dish, but we're going to demolish an entire building down the road. That's quite galling and would be exposing ourselves to a double standard. So I think I've got to a point now where I can say, because what's on offer isn't so exceptional that it offsets the conservation harm, therefore I don't think I can support it unless I can be walked back round the other direction.
Mr. Blackwell would just like to have a word if he just intervene.
I just thought I'd raise something, just bringing back to the Historic England comments. They object because of the high levels of harm, so they object to the high levels of harm. And this harm is unjustified. Alternative options are available that could avoid or minimise that harm. Those haven't been tested, have they? And you've come up all with various options available of retention with some demolition, retention conversion, as the applicant said, to bed sits, maybe retention with some extensions in the yard, maybe complete demolition, maybe start afresh. But they're all options that aren't on the table here. So just bringing that back to Historic England, obviously Rob Palmer's comments, but Historic England, an objection, and thinking really clearly about what's on the table now, and not thinking about that you said yourself about the viability question. That's clear in your mind, but that's not been tested as part of this application. There's no evidence on that. You've made that judgment from the plans, the report, and a short visit. So let's just be very clear on that, and just getting that pathway decision. I think one thing we're really clear on is Torbay and the planning team are open to investment, but we like to see options tested through a pathway of decision making from pre-app design review panel, testing things, as is said by Historic England, and get to a point where we're completely certain on decision. And there's been lots of discussion about options, which I think we need to just draw that to a close. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much. It's very, very helpful. So I think what we do, well, we'll get back to you, but I think what we know is that if we want to stick with Hotel Virginia as it is and see its refurbishment, we know which way to go. But if any other option at the moment, I think we have a sense what that is. And Councillor Fox.
Just say, Chair, I do agree with the last two comments, and I think the fact that Historic England are a major driver in this, I think we need to take that seriously. And secondly, the other reason I would say for refusal is the impact on the living conditions. Okay, the people next door may not have commented, but that doesn't abrogate us from our responsibility of considering the impact on living conditions through overlooking, through loss of privacy with next door. And I think that's another important reason for refusal.
Councillor Billings.
I think, Chair, that's fair. Mr. Blackwell, the points you made in relation to what I said, very fair challenge, actually. Whilst I might have concluded in my own mind that conversion wasn't viable, we've got no information that we can rely on from professionals that this committee can hang their hat on. And I think that was a very fair observation. And perhaps, had we had that, we might be, this might, in the same way that, and other information that investigates those other areas, I think that would be fair. I think to help with your meeting, Chair, and take this on, in relation to some of the other points earlier, the questions I proposed to committee, I wasn't persuaded that this design was good enough for the site. And in particular, when I say that, I wasn't persuaded that it looked as if it had been designed for the site sufficiently enough. If you stood on the road opposite and looked to your right, the buildings that were there were very close towards the street. If you look towards the left, and this is cherry trees, they were set further back. This building is down the line symmetrical in the middle. So to me, elements of that, I didn't get the full of context. I heard what the speaker said in relation to some of the materials on it. To me, the building felt a little bit blocky in terms of its positioning within the site. I wasn't persuaded that it was the best solution, and I don't see, in relation to what Mr. Blackwell was saying earlier, I don't see evidence before me as to why the proposal we've got in front of us is the best one. And for that reason, I'd be quite happy to put forward refusal. And as I say, and to the applicant, this is the hardest application we've had so far. And I in no way expect that this is the end of it, and I hope it isn't, because this is there's in my eyes, and I think we've heard it from the officers, there's a very clear pathway here coming forwards. Yes, I've been in a situation just like your client myself, if you looked at some of my own applications, where you keep coming back, you keep coming back, you keep coming back. And to your client, I've been in your situation. I understand how frustrating and annoying it is, because you keep writing very large cheques to very good professional advisors. I understand it. But also recognising it, this committee's got a job to do, and we can't realistically consider that aspect. And I think there's laid out, in terms of the discussion that's just heard, I think there's a very clear pathway that's been set out. I hope from, and I've tried in terms of my note, reading it out, I draw out some of the bits that were important to me, so that when this YouTube is looked back on, you've got some points that would be an opportunity to investigate with officers through a pre-app process that we heard about, potentially take it to the design review panel process. So for that reason, I'd be prepared to put for your refusal, recognising that I hope something happens on the building soon, but I don't think this scheme has tipped the balance that it's good enough to say that it's justifying the heritage harm so far. So that would be a proposal for a refusal in accordance with the officer's report, Chair. That would be my proposal.
So that's the motion for refusal. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Fox. Thank you very much. Is there... Pardon. Yeah. Would you like to vote on it? Sorry, I can't. Yes. Well, I was going to do that, but I was told to vote. Is there any debate you would like to follow up on those motions, or shall we move to the vote straight away?
Very quickly.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Brooke.
I want to support the motion. I want to also reiterate what Councillor Billings has said. I mean, the reason why I asked my questions earlier was to try and find out if other options had been tested. Have been in development myself over the years. I can see what I think is viable or not, but unless we have the figures and the work, we can't fully assess it. So therefore...
Please don't call out from the floor. Now, I just would like to advise you all we have 5 minutes before we have to vote on an adjournment. So it's important that we're very clear about our time now. So we have a motion, we have a seconder. Can we take to the vote now, please? Those in favour, please raise your hands. Okay. I'll do. Thank you, that's unanimous. Thank you. Bye-bye. Well, thank you very much for your attendance. I think you've all done very well there, and that concludes the agenda. The meeting is closed.